Hey everyone, welcome to my scheduled JavaScript fundamentals and code review. I've had some trouble the last few days with my operating system, but I am back and I'm ready to talk about promises. Grant Anson 2.0, you are in fact the first. B says, look at you not muted. Yeah, finally I got the hang of not muting myself. Thanks, B. Thanks for acknowledging my progress. It means a lot to me. How are you doing today? How you doing, B? How you doing, Grant? And thanks for stopping by the stream, Grant. I don't think I've seen you before. Not in my chat, at least. Hey, I'm glad, B. I'm glad you're not doing too bad today. It's a good day. It's a good day to kick off with some JavaScript. Listening at work? That's great. Hey, and way to go on that API. Excellent job. B and I were chatting about an API that she's doing. Turned out great. Way to go, B. Grant says they're here from 100 devs. Yeah, I was pretty sure I'd seen your name over there, but I think this is the first time you're over in my stream, so thank you. Thank you for coming by. I really appreciate it. It means a lot to me. Just showing love and soaking up game. Great! Glad to hear it. Today we're going to be talking about promises. Promises are a lot of fun. If you watched my last stream, you'll know that I had some silliness happen with set timeout, but I've got some better examples here today. Got some better examples of promises. We'll be able to go through a little bit of what promises do, why they're very useful to us. So yeah, exciting stuff. Give a few more minutes just for people to come on into the chat. I had one of the viewers from last time ask me about promises. It was HT Hell, I think. HT Hell 500. They really wanted a review of promises. So I'm going to see if they make it in here so they can ask questions. I intended to do this stream on either Monday or Wednesday, but I had to cancel my other two streams this week just because of OS issues. But now we've got it. Now I think we got it. Let me go ahead and switch over to Little James. Oh yeah. Pop open some VS Code. This is just a little bit of Node for those of you who aren't used to Node syntax. It's just a little bit of Node. I'll just leave it up there for a second just so you can see what's coming up in Leon's class in the next couple weeks. This is a little bit of the kind of stuff we're going to be dealing with. I'll just leave that for a second. I really like easing into a stream, you know? Soak up those musical vibes. How have you been doing, Grant? How's your day going? And since you're unfamiliar with the stream, and anyone else who's new to the stream, what we do here is we do code review. Is the main thing we do. And if you have some code that you need looked over, please feel free to drop it in the chat and we will talk about any issues you're having. If you have something you want to show off, I'll make special time by the end of the stream in order to show off your project. I'm really proud of showing off and showcasing the projects that people make for 100 devs. I think you all do great work. Hey, look, it's Daddy Yankee. Good morning, Nick. How's it going? Hey, and it's Emma. Says getting breakfast, but I is here. LMAO. Thanks, Em. Really appreciate it. It's Emma B. Emma B. Grant says I've been catching up on 100 devs since I just joined 2 weeks ago, so busy, frustrated, but well. I'm really glad to hear that, Grant. You know, Grant, this stream is a perfect place for you to ask questions about anything you're having frustrations with. I know that you're starting from earlier on in the class, but that's great because guess what? You're not the only one who started late. There's a whole bunch of people out there who started late, and they really need that support of seeing how these problems get worked through. So if you're frustrated on anything, feel free to collect a concise way to explain what exactly you're having trouble with, and after we get done with the promises explanation, we'll hop right into your issues. We can talk about, you may feel like it's basic stuff that you're getting frustrated with, but we've all been there. We've all been there, and it would be great for those other people who are right where you are to see how have their questions answered live. That's the trick. Nick says, better late than never. Welcome to 100 Devs. Let your frustrations fuel you to greatness. Yes. Let your frustrations fuel you, and don't forget to ask for help when you need it. I am here to provide explanations. So let me go and turn this music down just a little bit. It's already down, but pop it down just a little more. It's louder. I think it's louder in my ears than it is in your ears. Go ahead and turn myself up a little bit. Turn myself up, music down. All right. So let's go ahead and let's talk about promises. Oh my God. Oh. Nick says the music is a little louder than me. All right, music down. We're going to go music off. We're going to go music off right now. It's hard for me to judge where I am because I can't hear my own voice, but I can hear the music. It's tough. All right, so we're just going to take the music off for now, and let's talk about promises. So let me go ahead and pull up my lovely promises here. This is the first time I've come in with a planned, a planned chat. Something that I've planned to do. So we'll see how it goes. It's a different format from my regular stream. My regular stream is just code review. But now we've got a little plan. We've got a little something to talk about. So let's talk about promises. Chat, I'm going to toss it to you first. Who here feels comfortable with promises? That's what I want to know, is who here feels comfortable with promises? They can be tricky. So I want to know who here feels really comfortable. I see we've got Rollers in the house, and I'm going to go through some explanations of promises, and Rollers can let me know how I'm doing. Indifferent Ghost, hey! Hey, Toms, how's it going? Thank you for stopping by. I feel like Indifferent Ghost is comfortable with promises. So, he'll be here to yell at me if I get anything wrong. But we're going to be talking about promises today. And the WCGN is here. Hey, thanks for coming by again. Really appreciate it. Indifferent Ghost says, I'm actually playing with dumb stuff you can do with promises right now. Very cool. Very cool. So I'll probably get some wonderful information today. And I appreciate your help at the end of the last stream, Indifferent. It's a shame that my brain was not able to comprehend what you were doing at the time. That stream, broke my brain. I think I'm going to have to schedule more intermissions to the stream. I know that's not exactly encouraged because you lose viewers and stuff, but if I can't understand code, I think I have to take a brain break. So maybe I have to plan more intermissions. Uh, Daddy Yankee says I'm comfy with like 1% of promises. Well, we're going to talk more about them, and we're going to talk more about what we can do with them. So let me go ahead and change this a little bit to console.log. I was playing around with my stuff, so it's not back to its original state. I just wanted to make sure I understood promises to the point where I could explain them. Oh, man. We're going to go ahead and do this. All right. So yeah, since you're playing around with some of the dumb stuff promises can do, I'll probably be asking you for some of those examples later. And hopefully my brain is in the space where I can process them. I took a little break from streaming, an unplanned, unpurposeful break because of my OS problems. But I think it's led to me kind of breaking through some burnout I was having too. So that's good. So let's talk about promises. So first, we're going to go over to the... Ooh. Tamsaw says, can you zoom in the code? It's too small to read. Absolutely, Tam. Thank you for mentioning it. I can absolutely zoom in on the code. And I can close my Explorer to the left. I can take this down. And hopefully you can see that a little better. Hey, Memphis, how you doing? Thanks for coming by the stream, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you for stopping in. We're talking about promises today. So the first thing we should do is whenever we have a topic we want to discuss, we should head over to the MDN. And I remember heading over to the MDN on promises and being really confused. So let's go ahead and go over to the MDN and we'll check out promises. Thank you so much, Memphis. Memphis says, thanks for these amazing streams, buddy. You're very welcome. Thank you for saying that. It's been tough. It's been tough with these streams because, as you all know, I'm a learner too. And it's hard to expound on something you're learning in depth. It can be really tough. Because I don't have all the use cases or all the or suffered all the hangups that can come with these things, but I appreciate that there's some value in this. That's what I'm looking for. I'm just looking for some value, and I'm so glad that people are seeing that. So let's talk about promises. So you can see here in the description, a promise is a proxy for a value not necessarily known when it is created. So that's interesting. We use a lot of proxies for values not necessarily known. In other ways, like a function parameter. A function parameter is a value that is not necessarily known when the function is created. So that's interesting. We've seen something like this before. So that's good. We can kind of equate it to a function. So let's see. It allows you to associate handlers with an asynchronous action's eventual success value or failure reason. Interesting. So that is a little more complicated than what we talk about with a function. It specifically allows you to associate handlers with an asynchronous action's eventual success value or failure reason. That's so interesting. So it seems to tell us that if it fails or succeeds, we can handle things in different ways. Memphis says, what is a proxy in a promise, by the way? So what they mean by proxy here is that it is a artificial middle handler, I'd say, almost. It's an artificial middle structure that you put between yourself and a value because you don't know what the value is at the time of creation. But, that sounds just like a parameter to me. That sounds like a function that you place between a parameter and the serving of a value at some point, or the consumption of a value. But a promise gives us this additional part in this second sentence, where it talks about how we can associate handlers with an action's eventual success value or failure reason. So that is the very interesting part. It gives us a little extra than just a regular function. We have an eventual success value or failure reason included. It says after that, this lets asynchronous methods return values like synchronous methods. Instead of immediately returning the final value, the asynchronous method returns a promise to supply the value at some point in the future. Grant says, how essential is reading content compared to watching video explanations? Well, Grant, I got to tell you, reading is still going to be very important. Indifferent Ghost was in my last stream, and he told me how I should write a blog for this post as well. After this video, I might write a blog, but honestly, I looked at like 14 blogs to get this information. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there. It would probably be good for building my name. But writing is not going anywhere. Writing is the most available format for conveying information about programming. We work on a system. We work in an environment that is mostly word related. We type in words, so we can't just rely on video content. Oh, thank you, Drafty Dave, for following. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Drafty Dave. Welcome to the stream. Indifferent Ghost says, you looked at 14 blogs. Sounds like the need for centralization. That's true. It probably is a good idea for centralization. So maybe I should do a really, really deep dive into promises on a blog. That makes sense. Memphis says, I believe a combination of both is important and essential to making concepts stick. I agree. I think that those are all very good points. So watching videos is helpful, but you're gonna have to read too. And like a different ghost said, you'll hit a lot of docs that don't have good video content. That's true. Especially when you start exploring into, documentation for newer things. If you ever want to explore something new, it's probably not going to have video content related. Drafty Dave says, I'm just learning. So I look forward to more JS content like yours. Thank you so much, Drafty Dave. Really appreciate it. Yeah, let's talk a little more about promises. Let's talk a little bit more because we just got through the first paragraph. It says that instead of immediately returning the final value, the asynchronous method returns a promise to supply the value at some point in the future. So that's interesting. So it tells me that it's going to remove the promise from the call stack. It says this lets asynchronous methods return values like synchronous methods. Instead of immediately returning the final value, the asynchronous method returns a promise to supply the value. So what it's telling me is that this promise ends up stepping outside of the normal synchronous code and leaves a promise behind for us to reference until it completes. Very interesting. And we see a promise is in one of these states, pending, fulfilled, or rejected. The pending initial state is neither fulfilled nor rejected. Okay? Fulfilled, meaning that the operation was completed successfully, or rejected, meaning that the operation failed. And let's see. Indifferent Ghost offered me a replit here. We're going to open this and we're going to play around with it at the end of stream, but I'm going to have it open just so we can talk about it later. I don't want to lose it in chat. Indifferent Ghost says, here's what I'm playing with at the moment. It's using promises as default values. Also, the fun fact that you can use parameters in other parameters as long as they're after the parameter definition. We'll have to check that out. That sounds really interesting. We're going to hop through the basics first, and then we'll check that by the end. Very cool. And I'm sure I'll be asking you for explanations on some of these things. So we've got a lot of interesting information. We say that a promise can have a state. We say that it lets you handle eventual successes or failures. Before we continue on, I think we should go ahead and see some code that handles this. I think that now is a perfect time to talk about code and see some effects of promises. So we got a new promise here, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to comment this out for now. I, of course, had a little code here that I wanted to set up before we get started, because I want to have a clear path for understanding promises. Last stream we tried to do an unclear path where we just talked about it, but promises are so complicated and asynchronous code is so complicated that we really have to do step by step with promises. So let's do it. Let's start from the beginning. So you can see here that I have a promise. I have created a variable called promise, and then I use new, the new keyword, and the promise constructor. That's what this is called. This promise constructor. This is the Memphis says, is that the default syntax when we use promises? So you can use promises in many different ways. Right now I'm just saving a promise to a variable so that we can track it over time. I want to see what happens within this variable over the course of manipulating these promises. So you will use new promise when creating a promise. And the default syntax for a promise is to give it a callback function containing resolve and reject. So resolve and reject are also callbacks. They are methods. And this is the default handling of promises, that you'll have your resolve parameter first and your reject parameter second, followed by your function block. So this is the standard way you will see a new promise created, but this promise could also have another function. So if I was to say, const promise handler, and then this promise handler said resolve, reject, then we could feed promise handler into here, and it would have resolve and reject. But we're not going to do that. We're just going to keep everything nice and self-contained so we can see the effects of what we're doing. We're going to again go back. So we've got our very simple promise here. We've created a promise. We haven't used any values yet. We haven't used this resolve value, and we haven't used this reject value. So let's see what that means for our code. Let's go ahead and open a window, and we'll see what happens when we console log our promise. And of course, this is just a very simple site. This just says this is a promise lesson. And I can zoom in a little bit. And you can see I've just got some buttons. Those are for my talking about more practical uses of promise. I call it advanced, but I'm pretty sure what Indifferent Ghost has to show us is more advanced. But I have some more practical uses of promises that we'll get to. But right now we're just talking about basics, how promises are structured, how we instantiate them, all that good stuff. So you can see here, I've got exterior console log, which is what I had in my console log. I am console logging on line 8. I'm console logging exterior console log and promise, which is my variable. You can see it highlighted here. You can see it highlighted here. That's what I'm logging, is this promise variable. So what I've got is exterior console log and then promise, and you can see promise state. So promise state is pending. Interesting. Interesting. So it seems like when we don't use resolve or reject, our promise is pending. That's important, is that our promise is just hanging out. We can check it again. Let's go ahead and check it again. We can go ahead and type promise just into our console here. And that's our variable that we declared, promise. And look at that. It still says promise pending. It's just hanging out. It's just hanging out. It's still pending, and it's going to pend for as long as we let it. That state will never change unless the promise resolves. So, now we have kind of an idea of what they mean by pending here. The initial state, neither fulfilled nor rejected. Interesting. So we can have a promise that is neither fulfilled nor rejected, just left hanging. Interesting. So now we have a brief idea of promises and their states. So let's see here. We can go ahead and put some code in this too. We can do console log, and we can say this is a pending promise. Do save. And we can see that this is a pending promise. And we can check it again. It's still pending. Sure, our callback function did something. It console logged a statement, but it did not resolve the promise just because it did something. We are left with a pending promise still. Now, how do we change this? Let's check it out. How would we change this? We can go ahead and do resolve, which is a callback function. Let's go ahead and say this is a resolved promise. Interesting. M says, I haven't read promises on Code Academy yet. Well, M, hopefully this will be a good introduction before you start reading on Code Academy. I personally, I don't think that this lesson is going to be better than Code Academy by any means. But it should be a good primer to give you an idea of what to expect from Code Academy. Also, hey baby.
Oh, hello.
Sorry, I had to kiss my wife real quick. All right. Back to JavaScript, the things that are really important. All right. So you can... All right, so you can see we've got, this is a pending promise first. You can see that we've got, this is a pending promise. That console log ran first inside the promise. You know what didn't run on its own? What didn't run on its own was this is a resolve promise that we put inside resolve here. What happened was we logged on the exterior and we logged the promise itself, and it has a value, promise result. It says it was fulfilled, and here is the result of that promise. That's what happens when we log a promise after it is resolved. B says, sometimes it just helps to hear someone talk about the concepts. Yeah. And this is okay before. I would suggest everyone here, if you haven't done the Code Academy on promises, do it after this. You know, accept this for what it is, which is a very small introduction to promises. Not a, oh, you puppy, do you need to go out?
She literally could.
Could she? She's scratching at the door. It's okay. She'll be fine. Let's see. So this is just an introduction. It's just an introduction. We're just chatting about it. If you have any questions, maybe we can look them up together. Hey Shara, you are important to M. You're important to me as well, though. Probably not as much as M. No, I'm just kidding. You know I'm just playing, baby. You're the best. All right, so, oh, hey, Ryan. Ryan's here, too. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for stopping by and checking out promises. All right, so you can see here that when we console log this promise, after we use a resolve state, we've got a wonderful, let me put this one down, and I'll go for double screen here. I think double screen might be helpful to some people to be able to see these side by side. Let's go ahead and pull that over here. Move that just a little bit more this way. This way we can see what's happening in our code. All right, so you can see when we resolve and we log that resolved promise, we get this wonderful little description, exterior console log, and then we have promise. This is a resolved promise with fulfilled statement. Brian says, wait a minute, how do I YOLO my way to 5,000 points? Well, perhaps we will have some predictions coming up here. So, Ryan isn't here to handle predictions, I don't think. So I'm just going to have to try to do it myself. Fun times. All right. And we may do some Googling for those of you who are interested in being Twitch streamers in Leon's community as well. Maybe I'll look that up coming up here shortly. All right. So, and now we can say, hey, if we don't want to resolve this, what happens when we reject it? So let's see. Reject. We're going to say this is a rejected promise and see what happens. Interesting. So we have promise, rejected. This is a rejected promise. And then we log an error, uncaught in promise. This is a rejected promise. Very interesting. So now we can kind of see those three states that our MDN article was talking about. Pending, fulfilled, and rejected. We've seen all three of those states now. And it comes from the way that we handle this callback function. I'll go ahead and expand this one out again. It's the way we handle this callback function right here that exists within our promise. I'm going to delete it again, just so we can see that we have a new promise, and then we put a callback function in it. Whoa, too much. Was not what I meant to post there. So, we can also tie our promises to conditions. Memphis says, so we explicitly set those states within the promises, yes? If I'm understanding it right. In its most basic form, we explicitly set those states within the promises. You're exactly right, Memphis. Yes. That's what we do. In its most basic state, we can set that. We can say something like, all right, we can say const, and we're going to say value equals true. Let me see what I have up here. Yes, all right, so I'm going to delete this real quick. Going to uncomment this, cut it, paste it. All right, so we can see that this value is true. And we can set up a basic if statement here. And we can say we've got a resolve condition and a reject condition. And we can test it to see what happens. So let's see. First thing we're going to do, let's pop back to our screen. And I should probably just do this. Boom. All right, so let's see what happens. So, I got resolved promise. Very nice. And I'm going to go ahead and change this to false. Save it. And you can see I am a rejected promise. So we can set those things up right in promises to control its state. Now, what if we wanted neither of these? What if we only wanted it if it was a specific statement? So we could say if value equals go forth, and if value equals reject. Now, in our current state, we get pending again. We get pending because we did not fulfill our conditions for resolution or rejection. B says the promise don't trust you. It's true. It's true. Promises don't trust me. I don't trust promises. Promises, like I said, are very complicated. There's a reason why we're doing a class on them, is because they are frustrating. So, but you can see in our promises that we have here, we haven't really been able to do much. The promise doesn't hang at all. We have our conditions immediately within our promise. So, we aren't actually, there's no good reason for this to be asynchronous right now. There really isn't. We could just do this with a conditional function. This isn't asynchronous. But a way to make it asynchronous would be to move these, do something else with these values, like chain a method onto them. So let's go ahead and do dot then. For those of you who have worked with APIs in Leon's projects, those external API calls, which fetch is a promise and asynchronous, what you've been doing with those external API calls is chaining promises. So let's see. M says, Ryan, were you the one who made me dab that one time on stream? I think that, so the people who made me dab specifically were Ryan K. Hawkins and Izzy were the ones that made me dab personally. I don't know if Ryan Booth made you dab or not. And also, Ryan, thanks again for coming to the stream. Ryan and I had a great talk on Sunday. That was fantastic. Indifference says, fun fact, it's very difficult to tell the state of a promise. The code in Chrome to get the resolve pending and rejected in Chromium is a wrapper that comes out to thousands of lines. Wow. That's pretty crazy, Indifferent Ghost. I did not know that. I did not know that. And for those of you who are worried that you won't get to 5,000 anytime, you can always make me stop and smell the flowers, which would make me take a hit from my wonderful flower mate that my wife got me for my birthday. It vaporizes flour. Very nice, and it probably won't have the same stunning effect that a dab would if this is a very important lesson for you. So what we can do is we can then do a chain here, a chain that represents a synchronous promise consumption. So when we say, hey, we need to wait for a piece of code to come back because we want to do something with it, like in an API call, for example, we can chain another promise on. And when we use the result of a promise, it is called consuming the promise. So you can see here real quick, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a then statement. And I'm either going to resolve or reject this promise, or it can be pending. So I'm going to say, go forth. I'm going to save it. And then when we get in here, I'm going to look at the returned value. So I'm just going to call it data. And with this data, we're going to console.log data. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm actually going to give it a message as well. And I'm going to say interior then method console log. And we're going to do a comma and data. Now, here's your here's your prediction, Ryan. Let's go ahead and do a prediction real quick. So we're going to do a prediction. Boom. We're going to set it up. Start a prediction. All right. We're going to name it. We're going to say, which will log first? The exterior console log or the then console log? We're going to go ahead and open it up. Everybody, you have 1 minute to do your YOLOs. Good luck. Which will log first? The then console log here or the exterior console log? Oh, we got some small bets. No YOLOs so far. We just have 20 on the exterior console log. Just 10. Oh, we're getting up there now. Nobody's making it to 5,000 with these bets. Oh, we got a lot on exterior console log now. We got some on then. Only a few more seconds, folks. Only a few more seconds. All right, everybody. Predictions are in. Let's see what happens. What did we get first? Oh, no source control right now. All right. So I have a feeling that that everybody knew beforehand. I have a feeling that everybody knew beforehand that we were going to get the exterior console log. The exterior console log did come up first. So let's see. So now I have to bring up my prediction management to get you all paid. Prediction. Choose outcome. It was the exterior console log. All right, enjoy your payments. Sam says, dang, how long y'all been hanging out? Just saw a tweet about this. Hey, Sam, we've been doing, I think we've been doing these lessons for about 2 weeks now. If you're interested, I've got most of my videos, except for the last one, I've got some descriptions on them with some valuable subjects. But thank you for coming by, Sam. I really appreciate it. Thanks for seeing my tweet and coming through. That means my tweets are getting engagement. B says, not long. Memphis says, I couldn't bet a lot, but I'll take it. and Indifferent Ghost redeemed Stop and Smell the Flowers. Awesome. So that's our first redemption of Stop and Smell the Flowers. And Roller says, oh no, I lost 100 points. Rollers knew the outcome. Rollers knew what this was going to be. Rollers knew. So I'm going to go ahead and turn on my flower mate and let it get heat up. In my flower mate, I've got a wonderful Acapulco Gold strain, one of my favorites. So we're going to let that heat up real quick, and then I will share the experience with all of you. So you can see here, like we guessed, exterior console log gets logged first. And it says promise pending. Promise pending. Very interesting because we see in the second console log, I am a resolved promise. Very interesting. Now, why does that happen? Can anyone in the chat who's not a working developer answer that? If not, then we can invite the working developers to answer. Let's see. We got M who says, I thought you meant right now. Indifferent Ghost says, smell those flowers. Indifferent Ghost says, smelling the flowers just became legal in Arizona, so I've been enjoying those flowers as well. That's great, Indifferent Ghost. I'm so glad. Yeah. We our Shara's sister, my sister-in-law, lives in Arizona, and they're all pretty happy about recreational coming into Arizona. Yeah. So let me go ahead and try this out. Those flowers should have been cooking for a little while, vaporizing. Oh yeah. It's very light. The vapor on these flowers is very light compared to the dab vapor, but it's still really good. Sam says, hooray, I can visit Arizona again without being a criminal. Me too. Me too, Sam. Oh, man. Yeah, Different Ghost. My sister-in-law lives in Phoenix, so I'd love to, next time I'm in Phoenix, I'd love to meet up with you. That would be awesome. MB says the exterior one doesn't travel as far as the then one. Hey, Rossi. Rossi asked, did someone cash in already? They cashed in the stop and smell the flowers, which was a nice little hit from my flower vape. So we got that one so far. No dabs yet, thankfully. We got to get through promises before I do a dab. All right. So what we've got here is asynchronous programming. So what happens in between our... I'm going to explain what happens, why it happens that exterior console log logs first, and why promise is pending when it logs. Very interesting. So what we've got here is a promise. So we know that promises handle asynchronous code. They allow us to tackle asynchronous operations. So what happens with then? Why does this log second when it was logging our resolves first before? Let's talk about it. So, the first thing to understand is that when we resolve this promise, it is then passed into our then method as an argument. It is the argument that we use in this callback function. So the reason when you request information from an API with fetch is that when the fetch fulfills its goal or rejects, as many of you know, when you request something asynchronously from an external API, that it can reject as well. What happens is you take that data, that resolution or rejection, and you pass it into the method, which is then in this case. But we can also have a method called catch that only handles errors. And we'll say console.error, and we'll put error in there. This is a rejected promise in our catch method. We'll do a comma there. We can see we've got a nice little formatting from Prettier. So we can see that this console log here is consuming the resolution of this previous promise. Now the reason external log goes first before interior then method console log is because of the call stack. For those people who caught the last class, we talked a lot about the call stack, and we talked about how JavaScript is a synchronous language, meaning that when we write code just in a regular JavaScript file with our normal function declarations and function calls, it is synchronous, meaning it goes left to right, top to bottom. Now, when we move things outside our code, like with a promise, that's asynchronous programming. It's asynchronous code, and it moves to a different stack, moves to a different waiting area, and then gets cycled in. It gets cycled in by the event loop. And if you check out that last stream, we have a couple explanations of stacks and the event loop. But just briefly, what happens is when this promise runs, it is moved to the asynchronous stack. It feeds its resolution into our then method. Now, something about then methods, and catch as well, that you may not understand is that they create a new promise. they consume the previous promise, and they create a new one. So what happens is this then statement steps outside the code as well. And when this steps outside the normal flow of code, it allows our synchronous console log to log first. Now, let's see what happens when we do another console log. I can't type exterior now. It seems like the first thing to go is my typing. Second exterior console log, and we're going to log promise this time. Now, we're going to do another prediction. Oh, M's leaving. Bye, M. Yes, we definitely need a 100 does field trip to Arizona, baby. I agree. And also, I love Sedona as well. Oh, we had a great time in Sedona, but like Sam said, this tourism industry leaves much to be desired. But Indifferent Ghost suggests Bisbee, which we drove through Bisbee, right, when we left Sedona that one time, when we were on our way to Jerome? I think we did.
Maybe. We didn't stop in it, though.
We didn't stop in Bisbee, but we went through Bisbee, I'm pretty sure. We'll have to check out Bisbee. It sounds great, Indifferent Ghost. I'd love to go on a hike or something, especially when spring rolls around and we get a lot of vaccinations out. Nevada's been really slow about vaccinations. So I think here I'm going to go ahead and we're coming on heavy with the predictions today, which is okay. Let's go ahead and start another prediction. And we're going to say, which will log first? And we're going to say the second exterior console log or the then method log. And we're going to go ahead and set this to 1 minute again. And for those of you who really wanted a treat, let's go ahead and see what happens when that happens. Let's go ahead and do start prediction. Indifferent Ghost says Jerome is also great. Jerome was incredibly cute. What an incredibly cute cliffside town. So interesting. When we drove through there, we were so surprised. We ended up driving all the way up to Lake Migas, which is, do you remember Lake Migas?
I think it might have been Mingus.
Mingus. Maybe it was Lake Mingus.
I think it rhymed with dingus, because we were like, well, that's perfect for what we experienced.
I'm excited to see who gets this one. I'm excited to see, because I personally don't know which is going to log first. I personally don't know. We see a lot of people betting on second exterior console log, but whoever bet that 20 on the then might get all the dough. I don't know. We're going to see. We're about to see. All right, predictions are closed. Let's go ahead and check what happened. Oh, I'm so excited. Yes, Mingus Lake and Prescott. That's exactly right, Indifferent Ghost. Yes. Okay, so we've got exterior console log, promise pending. Second exterior console log, promise pending. And then we finally have the interior then method console log. So those people who said second exterior first, you are correct. Let's go ahead and get you your points again. Someone stole 20 points from someone. You get to distribute those 20 points evenly. Really raking it in. So you can see that our second exterior console log went again before the asynchronous call stack pushed the resolution into the event loop, and then the event loop pushed it back into the call stack. So, a lot of interesting information there. One of the interesting things about asynchronous code, like with our then statement there, is that it's hard to predict when we will get our asynchronous code back. In this case, it was pretty clear that we were going to get our asynchronous code back after the second one. It has to move off our code cycles very quickly. But once our code starts getting longer and we have more and more function calls, it'll be harder to predict when this then statement resolves. If we were to have 8 to 10 console logs here, it might return in one of those places. Let's go ahead and just do that real quick. We're going to copy. Let's go ahead and do this, and we'll say second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, five, and let's see what happens. So all of those console logs happened before the interior console log. Maybe a different ghost can explain why our asynchronous code waits for all synchronous code to end. They're not all on the stack all at once, that's for sure. But difficult to predict, of course. That's why we're talking about this, is because it is so difficult to predict when things will happen. But we know that no matter what, this promise will either resolve or reject. Indifferent Ghost says, you talked about this last time, the call stack isn't empty. That's true, Indifferent Ghost. The call stack isn't empty, but I was under the impression, Indifferent Ghost, that the call stack emptied between 12 and 13. Is that not true, that all of these are on the call stack as well? Oh, maybe it's because I didn't wrap this in a function. Let me try that real quick. I'm going to wrap this in a function, and then I'm going to say function make promise. I may need to call this function in order to give it a chance to resolve. Save. But of course, this would then be unreasonable because I no longer have promise. Let's see. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do D. Go ahead and delete those. Save. And we'll see what this does. We're just going to remove this const promise here. Save. Nope, we're not getting interior console log at all now. Oh, because I didn't call it. Duh. All right, we're going to call it right here. Make promise. And still at the very end. So Indifferent Ghost, I was under the impression that in between each of these console log function calls, that the call stack was empty. that there was, before it moves on, this call stack is created and emptied. This is called, which adds to the call stack, and then is emptied. So the WCGN says, your JS code is executed synchronously. Only after it is finished, the event loop will execute what is on it. Yes, I was under the impression that this function was added to the call stack and then removed. And then the call stack was empty. And then this function was added to the call stack and then removed. And then the call stack was empty. It's interesting. This is unanticipated for me. But we can also move on to talk about other portions. So the information I'm getting is that all of our synchronous code will run before our asynchronous code gets back. Indifferent Ghost says, not quite for what I had said previously. I'll talk a little bit about other kinds. I'll make it send an error first, and we'll see what happens when it sends an error while Indifferent Ghost explains, which I appreciate very much. So let's see what happens when we get an error here. You can see that I've logged an error, and this says this is a rejected promise in our catch method. I am a rejected promise. That's the information I gave it right here in our reject portion. I said when it gets rejected, I want the message, I am a rejected promise. And then we've used console.error here, which is similar to console.log, but it provides that lovely error format. You can see if I console log here, it doesn't throw an exception. But if I console.error, it does throw an exception, and it says this is a problem. But that's the great thing about promises, is it allows us to log as an exception if we choose to. We can say, oh, if we get a rejection here, that's not really an error. It's just another situation. We don't really want to say, we don't really want to log, we don't really want to throw an error to stop our code. What we're doing is called catching an error. We catch that error and we can choose how to handle it, either as by throwing an error for our whole program, which we don't always want to do because it abruptly stops our program, or we can do something else with it, which is what we're choosing to do here. We could even choose to call another function. We could say like, okay, if this happens, we want to do instead of reject, we're gonna do let here. We're gonna say on an error, we're gonna do value equals go forth, and I want to see what happens with this. And then we're going to make promise again. Oh, this says void. So we can't recursively call this? Very interesting. It's basically telling us no, you can't do that. Oh, very cool. I want to see why it tells me that. A different ghost says, I was hoping Python tutor supported promises. It does not. Yeah, that's the problem that I run into with DevTools as well, is trying to track promises over the course of their asynchronous time. So we could do this, and then we could console.log value. Oh, that's why I needed curly braces. So I should be able to recursively call this. That was my problem. So let's see. Let's do make promise again. Haha. So you can see we have I am a resolved promise, even though we originally rejected. What we were able to do was change the value that moved through our promise originally. We changed value on the outside, and we called make promise again. Instead of seeing any errors here, see we have no errors in the console. What happened when we rejected was we caught that error, we changed a value, we called another function, which is make promise again. Still, it could be any function. And then what we got at the end was a resolved promise. How interesting. How interesting that this allows us to catch an error without stopping our code and do something to it. Manipulate some kind of either outside or internal variables, call a function. It stops our error from throwing an exception that stops our code dead in its tracks. Isn't that interesting and powerful? And we can track this as we go. Console.log. I'm going to say, we caught this bee. We can see that it passes through our catch first. It passes through our catch first before we make our next promise call. But in the end, what we get is a fulfilled promise. And I think this is actually going to turn up undefined, but I'm willing to try it. Yeah, it turned up undefined. Hey, Adil Bukhari, thank you so much for following. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Welcome to the stream. We're going to see if we can use top level await on this. Nope. Wait's only valid on an async function. Let's create an async function around it. No, we're not gonna. We could mess around with it, but I'm not gonna right now. So we've got all these wonderful things we can do with promises that let us pass around information and catch errors without stopping our code. That is one of the biggest things that promises offer us, is the ability to catch an error, handle it, and make sure it doesn't stop our running code. So hopefully that, if anything else, take that away from this talk, is that if there's an error, especially errors happen when you deal with asynchronous code, like a fetch, is that when you catch that error, you can try again. It doesn't need to stop everything. Your code doesn't need to throw an error. It doesn't need to halt. You can catch it and do something else. Very interesting. Does everyone understand that? Does everyone understand why that happens? I'm interested in getting some feedback on that. So these are the basics of a promise. This is just the most basic stuff. This isn't exactly a working case of a practical use for promises. I want to provide that next. I just want to make sure that everyone's cool with the basics. Do you understand what resolves? Do you understand what rejects? Why? That's what I'm most interested about. And Different Ghost says, so I started typing out why, then I ran out of characters. If you send it to me on Discord, I can pull it up. Or you can post it in parts. It's interesting. It's interesting because this was a misconception that I had about the call stack. I thought that after each function call, the call stack was then empty. After a function call resolved, like totally, like make promise totally resolves, if this wasn't, if this didn't have a promise in it or whatever. After make promise totally resolves, the stack is empty. So Sam says, this is a solid explanation. My understanding of this stuff is pretty shaky, though. Thanks, Sam. I really appreciate it. I'm glad that this is a useful explanation of the basics of promises. We're about to move into a more advanced practical use coming up shortly. A different ghost says the too long didn't read version is that. Is that your Amazon Prime?
It is.
You got to trigger the what the fuck animation? Who would subscribe to this stream? I really appreciate it though. There are a few people here who have subscribed, like Rollers and A Different Ghost, Knox, Ryan Hawkins, so many great people. M subscribed, and now my wife. Is his name Andy? Is it Andy Jassy? Is that right?
I'm not sure what his last name is. I just know he's Andy.
Yeah, them Jassy Jewels is what we're going to call them now instead of Bezos bucks. So A Different Ghost says the too long didn't read is there's tasks and micro tasks. Async is micro tasks, but full tasks will resolve first. Very interesting. A Different Ghost says the too long didn't read version for the too long didn't read is because it does. Strongly suggest will sentence JavaScript the hard parts series. All right, I will check that out, A Different Ghost. And I will go ahead and look that up for everyone else when we're done here. It's probably a good idea to go and check this out. I trust in Different Ghosts, recommendation, and it's will sentence, and it's JavaScript the hard parts. Right here, I would say from front-end masters, this is probably the best one right here. Yes. So if you want to check out this reference that A Different Ghost suggested, we've got front-end masters, JavaScript, the hard parts. And check out there. We'll go through a little bit more on promises and how to use them effectively. And A Different Ghost says that there are also free lessons on YouTube. So yeah, so check out Will Sentence and JavaScript the hard parts. Good plug. Good plug. All right. So we're going to move back to our code. So let's go ahead and pull this window in a little bit. We're going to pull this window over, make it about half screen. Anticipating what's coming next. Princess Peachy Peaches, thanks for coming to the stream. Really appreciate it. They ask, are you working from Eloquent.js? I'm not necessarily working from Eloquent.js. I actually did not reference Eloquent.js at all in this. But Eloquent.js is a good source. I totally recommend Eloquent JavaScript. It is a great resource. A lot of times it is a little further ahead of people who are learning than what I'm doing right now. It tackles things much more in depth, and you should probably do something introductory before you try to tackle Eloquent JavaScript. Eloquent JavaScript seems like a book that most of its value is to people who have a strong fundamental understanding already, or at least a practical understanding. It's important to have a practical understanding of these things before you can truly, deeply understand the academic computer science model portions. Cross says, it took me a while to realize that Wilson was a person's name. Oh, man. It's a pretty sweet last name. Sense. That should be James Verb. Princess Peachy Peaches says, I agree, they shorten everything. Yeah, it is. Eloquent JavaScript is very concise, and it offers a lot of very advanced topics, and it also offers a lot of math. It offers a lot of math, which makes it difficult. Check out JavaScript way first. Check out the videos that Indifferent Ghost suggested from Will Sentence. CrossH says, I think it's helpful to read JavaScript way first and then move on to Eloquent.js. EJS is still really hard to wrap my head around. Sam says, agreed, EJS is horrifying as a newbie, but helpful when you already have the basics down. Yeah, it was really tough when we were newbies. We really struggled with it, tried to wrap our brains around it. I think it did more harm than good at the beginning there, but as you learn more, it becomes more valuable. All right, so now let's get into a useful scenario. Now, we can also have a conversation about how useful this really is, but I think it's a useful, or at least very, very cool implementation of promises. So we can create a promise to wait for something to happen. We can wait for user interaction to resolve a promise. How interesting! And I'm actually going to make a change here. Let's see my preferences. I'm going to do settings. I want to make my lines go a little farther. Line end. I'm going to actually put 200. Oh, geez. I think what I'm looking for is wrap. I think I should just put wrap in there. Wrap column. We're going to say 150. Wrapping intent, wrap strategy. All right, well, it's not working anyway. That's fine. Indifferent Ghost says it might be prettier wrapping it too. Yeah, probably. Indifferent Ghost says, JavaScript, the hard parts, gets in depth on how JavaScript works. It might be overwhelming, but does give a great idea of the nitty gritty. And Indifferent Ghost also says you probably will not get everything out of Eloquent JavaScript the first time. And that's true. I agree with that. I agree with that assessment. All right. So let's see. I'm just going to bunch these up a little bit. I'm just going to manually do it for right now. I don't have time to mess around going through and... there we go. All right. And we're just going to do a console log here. I want to make sure we're console logging it. Of course, I didn't test this out beforehand. All right. So, we've got a short little bit of code here, and what it does is it references some of the things that we have in the DOM. I originally just glossed over our buttons here, but we've got an interesting function here. Our function, if it's functioning correctly, will handle a click of these. It'll create a promise, and it will also create an event listener. In this promise, I have assigned an event listener. And in this event listener, I've asked it for its callback function to use handle resolve. And what handle resolve does is it resolves the promise that it's within. Because I've defined all of these within the declaration of promise, it has access to all of these variables. And finally, I've given my event listener an option. If you're interested in event listener options, you can check out the MDN page for add event listener. We can give it an option to only happen once, and then it goes away. So what we should be able to do here is we're going to switch over. Actually, let's go ahead and just do a half screen. We're going to click one of these buttons. We're going to say cat. We've clicked cat once. Now, when we hit resolve, we should execute the handle resolve function. So you can see that I have clicked resolve, and in the log, in our console log, it logs cat. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that a really cool implementation of a promise? Wow. What we've done is we've stored a variable outside the normal stack flow on the asynchronous stack. We wait for an event to happen. And then when that event happens, we resolve our promise. That's so interesting. Now, something that's even more interesting is we can create multiple of these. I'm going to click cat twice. I'm clicking cat twice. And then we're going to hit resolve. You can see I've got two. I've got two instances of cat. So what I did was when I clicked cat, you can see right here, I'm going to go to expand this so we can talk about it a little bit. So the first thing I do is I have an event listener on header. That's where my cat, dog, and elephant buttons exist. Is up in my header. I'll show you again. I put a horizontal rule there just so you can see it's in the header. And what I've used is event delegation. I've used event delegation to say, okay, I'm listening to the header for a click, and then if a button is clicked, I'm going to use the handle click function, and I'm going to feed it the event target, which is my button. And then let's go ahead and look into the handle click function. The handle click function takes in an element as a parameter, and then it immediately creates a new promise. It creates a new promise with a resolve and reject, and it also, inside that promise callback, we define another function, and we've called it handle resolve. And that's where we've stored the resolve of this original callback function. You can see right here, when I hover over it, resolve right here is highlighted, showing that there is a relationship between these two resolves. When handle resolve runs, we will resolve this callback. So, what we've also done is on resolve button right here, which I've referenced in the global scope, we've added an event listener to that inside the function. This event listener gets attached immediately, and it has a click listen event, and then it calls handle resolve that we just talked about. So once this event happens, we resolve this click. Now, you might be asking, what does this do for us? Why is this cool? Why is this interesting? So one thing you can do with this is you could track user engagement, the totality of user engagement, and you can retrieve that at one singular time from all of these. So let's go ahead and click around a little bit. Let's do dog, elephant, cat, dog, cat, and then go ahead and resolve. So you can see that we got a bunch of resolutions all at once. We tied all of those to a single event. We only had to listen for one event, a click on resolve, on the resolve button, and it resolved all of those things that were listening to it. Isn't that interesting? It didn't clutter our global scope. We didn't have to create any new variables to hold those values. We didn't have to push them to an array. We didn't have to do any of that. We listened for all these human interactions and then resolved them with one click. We told them to sit and wait for us to do something else. And then when we were ready to resolve, we did. You could do this for keeping track of points or something like that. You can see all my clicks, I got no interaction because I didn't want interaction until my event happened. And then when I was ready, I resolved. And right now I'm clicking it, I'm getting nothing. I'll refresh again just to show you. I click resolve, I get nothing. Dog, resolve. Elephant, 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 resolve. Got 5 elephants. Now, one of the ways that this could be applied, I actually saw this in a CSS library. Very interesting CSS library. And I thought this was such a great idea. I wanted to show you a basic portion of it. So let's go ahead and I want to show you really quick. It's animate.style. If you're interested in playing around with an easy CSS library that allows you to animate text, animate elements, this one is a great one. So Sam Sycamore says, that's sweet, and Memphis says, interesting indeed. Yeah. Memphis asks, so those events will get queued one after the other upon clicking, and then gets executed when clicked on the resolve button? So they don't necessarily get queued. That's the interesting thing, is they all move to a lobby. Although we're going to see right now, we'll see if they get queued. So let's try to remember the order. Let's do 5 dogs, 5 elephants, and 5 cats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then let's resolve. And maybe just because the way event listeners get attached, they may all be directly in order. Yes, so this is the way that event listeners get attached, is why they are in order. If we did it some other way without event listeners, it would be difficult to predict the order in which they would come back because they move to the asynchronous kind of lobby where they sit. But in this CSS library, I'm going to go ahead and add this to my project. So for those people who haven't used libraries much, what we can do is we can copy a link to this CDN, and we can put it in the head of our program. And when we do that, it will load this library upon loading my page. So I'm going to go ahead and attach the library itself here. And then we can see we can see over here it says usage with JavaScript. And this is where I first saw this interesting application of this, is when working with animations. So you can see they have this layout here. They create a function, and then they add an animation class to an element. And after adding an animation class, after adding that animation class, it actually adds another one. What it does is it waits for the animation to end. You can see here on this event listener, they wait for an end to an animation, which is an event. There is an event emission when an animation ends. And then they call handle animation end, which is this function which removes the animations after they've completed, which is valuable because a lot of times animations contain components or properties, animations contain properties that move the element outside the regular flow in order to display properly. So by removing it, we put the element back into the proper flow of the page. And what we do with this function is it removes it automatically on animation end, which is beautiful. And it utilizes promises in order to achieve that. So let's go ahead and copy this. We're going to copy this, and we're going to pull it over. And here I can go ahead and delete some of this. This isn't going to be useful to me anymore. I'll go ahead and do this. So now we can do some animations. So let's see. Oh geez, maybe I shouldn't have deleted all that. Only some of it. I want the click back. All right. So let's do some animations instead. So let's go ahead and change this to animate CSS. And what we're going to do is we're going to say element.id. We're just going to change it to element. I like the way I was doing it before. So we don't need to do this. We don't need to do a query selector for the element. We're just going to do element here. Element. I don't see any other nodes. All right, so what we're going to do, let's see, Sam says, I'm all in on React these days, so my library's got libraries. Yeah, that's true. I'm about to hop into React soon. My next project is React. Right now I'm finishing up a node portfolio. And then my next project is all React. That's the Treehouse track. I just decided to put it off until Treehouse got there. So that's what I'm doing next, is all React. I'll ask you for help, Sam. I'll ask you for help when I get there. So let's see. So we can see here what we've got is a similar structure to our other one because I pulled this structure from this example. I pulled the structure for our last function from this example because I learned from looking at other things people do. I think that's the way everyone learns, looking at code. So what we do in this is we call animate CSS, we pass it the element that we're clicking on, and then what we do after that, here's another node, element. What we do here is we add the class name, and then we add an animation name to this class. So we add two classes to this, and then once that animation is finished, because the act of adding the animation to the element will cause the animation to run, what we do is on the end of that, we stop the propagation of the element, which cleans up our DOM and stops continuous event propagation. And then we remove those classes and resolve with animation ended. And I actually want to console log this animation ended. Console.log animation ended so that we know when it happens. So I'm going to go ahead and save here. Oh, Cross says you have a note on line 8. Yeah, thank you. I actually didn't see your message. Sam says, likewise, when I dig into Node more, yes, please get in contact with me about Node. We'll talk about Node and routing for sure. You can trade me React tips. And then we can combine them and make next apps, Next.js. Izzy said, trying to make a Pokedex for class and getting my ass kicked. Well, we're about to finish this promises lesson, and then we can talk about the Pokemon APIs, which I think is very important. I saw Rossi said Code Wars a bit back, but I think that the Pokemon API for class should take precedence over Code Wars. I think that that's the goal. I think we should do the Pokemon animations first. So let's see. So what we've set up here is that an animation will run when we click a button, and then it will remove those classes once the animation is finished. I'm sorry, Rossi. I'm sorry. I'm thinking that by the end of it, we will be able to do Code Wars. We should have some extra time at the end. The Pokemon API I don't think will take that long. But our promise lesson is almost over. We're just doing one more thing here in order to show the value of this. And let's look at our page for animations real quick. Let's look what kind of animations we can do with our button. Let's see, we've got attention seekers. These ones will be really clear what we're doing. We're gonna, how about rubber band? Rubber band will make it very clear what is happening. Or do we want ta-da? Oh yeah, I like ta-da. Let's do that. So now we know that we need to give it the ta-da name. So let's go ahead and say ta-da. So when we click a button, what we should see is we should see a ta-da, and then it should go back to normal. Did everyone see that? Let me go ahead and blow it up some more. I'm going to blow it up. I'm blowing it way up. Let's go ahead and click. Everyone catch that? It's beautiful. And we can check in our elements here. Let's check in our elements. We've got header, we've got button cat, and we don't have any classes. You can see that there's an empty class value there. You can see there's an empty class value there where something used to be. Let's click cat again. You can see animate, animated, animate ta-da. It comes up and then it goes away, which means that when we do anything that forces a page to refresh, the animation doesn't run again. It only runs when we want it to. It runs once, and then the promise removes those classes. Isn't that super fucking cool? That is so fucking cool to me. It stops us from getting unanticipated behavior. It gives us amazing control by tying in promises to event listeners. So interesting to me. Memphis agrees. That's awesome. Yeah, you see it toggles the classes on animation and ends it automatically. Yeah, you can see in our code here. What we've done is when we create this promise, we add the animations. And then we ignore this. This is a function definition. We've defined a function here. And then we've created an event listener. And then when the animation ends, all of these things happen at once. That happens and then this happens. But when we get this triggering event, it calls this function that we defined. It calls this function and removes those classes and resolves the promise so that it can no longer be interacted with. Very interesting. Very interesting. Let me look back at some of the older comments. I missed some stuff. A Different Ghost says, doing a deeper dig into Node and coming up with weird, fun stuff. Yeah, I'm interested in hearing more about your weird, fun stuff you're coming up with. Our talk last week was really fun in Different Ghost. Memphis says, I got my hands on React during the break, playing with it, managed to get a simple portfolio made with Sanity. We'll start modifying it slowly. That's great, Memphis. Awesome. That's very awesome. I can't wait to see your profile. Dog Wiggles from Cross H. Memphis says, it's awesome. Yes, going to have to use that on my projects. Also looking into GSAP. Sam tweeted about it a few weeks ago. It's very interesting. A combination of both would be cool too. Yeah, I'm excited to see how that turns out too. I'll have to look up what GSAP is. So this is a really cool implementation of how to use promises practically in your own code. For the future, if you are interested, this is a great way to use promises in your own code. In front-end work. You know, I have a feeling a lot of people feel like promises are all back-end work, but what a cool implementation of promises in front-end work in order to have more control over your animations. Sam says GSAP is super cool. Green sock animation library, all vanilla JS. Very cool, Sam. I will have to check that out. That sounds like fun. So that's it. That's it for my promise lesson. That's it for right now. Is anybody having any trouble understanding the basics of promises? I've done a little bit of practical application of promises on the front end. I've done a little bit of handling resolves and rejections. Is anyone still having major pain points on promises? Promises, like In Different Ghost has said, they go deep and they do funny things. This is just meant to be a kind of a starter, giving you an idea about what is able to be accomplished with promises. You'll find people out there who do amazing things with promises. You'll find people out there who can do super cool things with promises. I am amazed by this, and I'm sure that there are a lot of people out there who can do way cooler things with promises. So go out there, go forth, check it out. See what kind of cool things people do with promises. Memphis says, yeah, thanks, Diabolical. It was bothering me for a long time, everyone talking about React. Now I'm finally relieved having some knowledge while still working on it, though. It's a whole new world. Yes, React is very complex. It is one of the most popular libraries out there. I'm excited to finally be in on the conversation. Soon. Very soon. I'm almost done with my project, and then I jump straight into React. It'll be very cool. I'm going to turn up the music a little bit. I want to give people an opportunity. If you have questions about promises, we're going to take about a 5-minute break. If you have questions about what's been going on, if you have questions about any of this code that you see in front of us right now, please go ahead and ask them before we move on. I'm just going to take a brief break, stand up, move around a little bit. I realized from my last stream that things just, if I don't take a small break, my brain shuts down, and I want to be able to help with these Pokemon APIs. I know there's definitely questions about that. So let's take a quick break. If you have questions, type them in the chat. I'll do a question roundup when I get back. And yeah, let's do it. Music up. All right, everyone. I see that Sam gave a big shout out to Ravavir. I want to do that as well. Yeah, big shout out to Ravavir. Great guy, always comes by the community to help out. I want to give that shout out to him. Let me move back to the intermission just so we can see, just so everyone can see that if they don't have access to the chat itself. I want to make sure everyone can see where to find Ravavir. Really good guy. Like Sam said, he has his own minimal framework called Taino. The Taino people were indigenous to the Caribbean islands, and Columbus sure murdered them all. And I think Ravavir is trying to give them, some kind of reverence in his naming, which is great. I am so happy for him that he's able to give a little bit of reverence. Sam said I think he got suspended on Twitter for some reason. I don't know. I didn't hear about Ravavir getting suspended on Twitter, but of course I'll have to check in with him, make sure everything's cool. He and I don't have a super strong relationship or anything, but I go to his stream sometimes and we chat just a little bit. We got some good conversations. Indifferent Ghost posted some of the infinite number of frameworks that exist. We're going to click on this real quick and see some of the cool infinite numbers of playlists that exist. I mean, infinite number of libraries. We got some awesome JavaScript libraries here. Have any of our working devs out there worked with Svelte yet? I've heard Svelte is really nice. Of course, I'm gonna have to learn React first. I don't know shit about components still. I assume components are like HTML elements. A Different Ghost really likes Svelte. I actually joined the Svelte Discord, never having used it, just because it looked really cool. Hey, thanks, baby. My wife made me an English muffin. Strangely, these English muffins come with a bite out of them.
I always get my cut.
It's really nice. Sam says, dude, you're going to have your mind blown when you move to component-based development. That sounds good. I'm fine with having my mind blown. If it means I don't have to think about, like, implementing colors and shit, I'll be really happy for it. Because I have trouble with colors. I don't know if other people out there have this trouble, but I think I might be slightly colorblind in some way. I do not think I perceive colors in the same way that everyone else does. I don't know. Sam says, I hope I never have to wade through a monolithic HTML or CSS file ever again. Well, if you end up working at some kind of company, I assume you'll be wading through giant HTML or CSS files at some point. I hope not, but we can only ask for so much. All right. So now I'm going to go ahead and... Haha, just kidding. We didn't start again. I'm still eating. So Indifference says, check out a bunch of these: Angular, Backbone, Ember, Meteor, Vue, Svelte, Knockout. Indifferent Ghost says they worked for CanJS. That's awesome. Oh, can you hear me chewing? Oh no! I thought it was only my mic over there that was picking it up. Oh jeez. What was working on CanJS like, Indifferent? I'm always excited to hear stories because we don't actually hear stories about what the daily flow for like a developer is. We hear and see you chewing. All right, so I'll mute myself chewing in the future. So, people need to deal with. People are having trouble dealing with the Pokemon API. So let's go ahead and talk about the Pokemon API. You know, if someone could drop the link to the Pokemon API in chat, I would be super appreciative. My machine is not the best machine, and it gets upset when I try to do multiple things at one time. So I'm going to mute and chew, and then I'll wait for that link. So Indifferent Ghost says, it was really nice working for CanJS. They focused heavily on getting documentation right, in emphases. After jumping into the ecosystem, a lot of things made sense rather than these obtuse side effects. That's very cool, Indifferent. Sam says, that's dope. I'm hoping I can find a role with a company that values my writing skills. Yeah, I hope so too, Sam. Indifferent Ghost says, everyone wants dev relations documentation people. Sweet, I want that too. He's saying that to Sam, but I am down for that also. And we got a lot of people dropping the link. Appreciate it. Memphis was first, as they have declared. And of course, my Streamlabs bot is running, posting links to Learn with Leon. If you haven't checked out Learn with Leon, follow those links after my stream. And join our Discord. All right, so let's go ahead and I'm going to click on this. So the link provided automatically gives us all 1,118 Pokemon. Wow. 1,118 Pokemon. That's bananas. I'm going to take a second and chew and think about how many Pokemon there are now. Too many. There's at least 150 or more to see. And then Izzy provided the a reference to just the first 151, which is great, and I will be using that in the future. We should probably take a look at this API, however, the API docs, and we'll see how Pokemon API docs stack up. We'll talk about the API docs for this site. Indifferent Ghost says that 151 is the correct number of Pokemon. All right. All right. Indifferent Ghost has also said that a portion of Cassie Doo's job on Twitter, that's at Cassie, Cassidoo, literally a portion of her job is making TikToks for Netlify. That sounds cool. I want to do that. I want a Twitch stream for some company. That'd be really cool. Izzy said, I created an array of names but can't make them appear in a list in the DOM. All right, so we're going to go through this. So let's take a look at what we've got here. So this is the main pokeapi.co website. And you can see that they're serving 60 million API calls each month. That's a lot of API calls. Congratulations to them on creating a really effective API that people really like. Or maybe it's the only Pokemon API, I don't know. So you can see what we get back from Pokemon/Ditto is a bunch of information. A whole lot of information. Oh my god, look at all that information. We got sprites, we got stats, we got so many things. M says, no, that's my job. We can both have that job. We can work for different companies. Izzy said they've contributed 1,000 API calls today. Memphis says that's a lot of data they put together. Amazing work there. Yeah, they do have a lot of data. They have a lot of data for each Pokemon. Indifferent Ghost says Auth0, Twilio, Netlify are all on Twitch all the time. I'd suggest following them if you aren't already. Thanks, Indifferent. Yeah, I appreciate it. I will follow them. It's a good idea. But also, don't watch them instead of me. Maybe? Nah, whatever. As soon as I said it, I was like, should probably watch them. So let's see. Let's go over to our documentation and see what we can do with this API. We get a lot of information back, but we got to find out how to get the information we want. So, a lot of people posted this link. A lot of people posted just getting all the Pokemon back. Indifferent Ghost says it goes learn with Leon and then the Devolical as far as my stream daddies. Thank you, Indifferent Ghost. I appreciate being right below learn with Leon on that. I really mean it. So the link that has been most common has been one that receives all of the Pokemon, or a large number of Pokemon. So is that the one that everyone wants to work with? Does everyone want to work specifically with getting just all of the Pokemon objects and then moving from there? Because that seems to be the consensus. There's a lot of different endpoints that we can go to. We can go to characteristics, egg groups, genders, growth rates. This is all like hardcore Pokemon stuff. This is for like the people who spend all their time like training up Pokemon IVs and breeding them. Some hardcore stuff. Some hardcore stuff in there. Pokathlon stats. Oh my god. And then here's just the Pokemon endpoint. So this gives us a whole item for a Pokemon. And I think we should follow Izzy's link that allows us to add parameters. So we can see here in the Pokemon endpoint, let's see what kind of parameters we have. So we can get all these different parameters. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. So let's see. Different ghosts. Nice. Yeah, Memphis said ditto. And then a different ghost is like, that's numbered 132. Love that OG Pokemon. So Memphis says one thing about this API though is the images aren't good when they are big. So they used a second API just for images. Well, that's good. That's chaining APIs. That was a project specifically. And Sam says, I love that Leon is making all these people figure out what Pokemon is, even on top of wrangling the API. That's what Rossi's doing. Rossi said, I don't understand any of it about Pokemon. I just did a random lookup of a single Pokemon, which is totally fair. So what we're going to do is we're going to call this API. And what we're going to do, I'm just going to use this same, I'm just going to use the same HTML I was working on. I'm actually going to go over to basic.js. And we're just going to delete this. I'm just going to keep using this site. M says she's a Yu-Gi-Oh gal. Which Yu-Gi-Oh, a lot of fun too. You can love both. I liked Yu-Gi-Oh also. So let's see. So let's put something together here. Let's say we're going to do a function. And we're going to call it get the only real Pokemon. People who love the later generations, fight me. Get the only real Pokemon. This is an opinionated stream, okay? Nobody's going to come on here and tell me not to share my opinion, all right? The only real Pokemon. I'm just kidding. I love some of the later ones too, like Kyogre and Rayquaza, Groudon. They're all really cool. Let's check it out. So we're gonna fetch. We're gonna use a fetch request in order to get this info. So let's go ahead and oh geez. I already lost it. I'm going to copy this. This is what Izzy put in. We're going to see what we get back when we do this. We're going to call a then, with what we understand about then now, we know that fetch is resolving and sending that resolution to our then method. This is the power of promises, baby. So we're gonna do a resolve, and then we say res.json. That's a response.json. And then we're going to do then data. We're going to do console log the data, just so we can see what is coming back. And at the end, we're gonna do a .catch. And we're going to say error. We want to console log error.message. And we're going to see what happens when we do that. We've got a nice catch set up just in case. Memphis says, I don't know what Yu-Gi-Oh is either. LMAO. Sucks to be me, I guess. It doesn't suck to be you, Memphis. Like, these are all like, they're all anime. They're all Japanimation. MB says, in my eyes, they were in competition when they were on TV. I used to argue with my cousin over Pokemon versus Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, Memphis said, hydrate. Thank you so much, Memphis. Really appreciate it. Been over here on my flowers and on my caffeine with my Mio Energies. I definitely needed that. For those of you who are racking up your channel points now, you can see in my channel point redemptions highlight your message is very cheap. But also, stop and smell the flowers will have me take a hit from a vape. Guide the raid will let you pick the where we raid when we're done. And at 5,000, I have to dab. I have to take a hit from my concentrate pen. So for those of people who are really piling up the points, M says 2K channel points, 3 more, and it's all over for you. Well, we'll see. One dab doesn't destroy me, okay? It takes more than that. All right. Usually it takes 2. If you saw 2 or 3 streams ago, it takes 2 dabs to destroy me. So now we're gonna call get the only real Pokemon and switch over. We have this is a promises lesson, which we're not doing promises lessons anymore. Console. I'm going to make this smaller. All right. And so what we got back was an object. So Memphis says, can you show how you'd use a promise for this API? Well, Memphis, in fact, fetch is a promise. This fetch method, it functions on promises. It returns a promise. With this res.json, we convert that response, which is in a promise format, it's actually in a HTTP response format. It converts that into something we can read with JSON. It converts that JSON that's in that response object to something we can read, and then we log it with data. Indie Blow, hey, thanks for coming by. Really appreciate it. You still on night shifts? Memphis says, yeah, I know as much about fetch that it is a promise as well. Yeah, so that's how we would use promises in this instance. We can use something like promise all to handle multiple fetches, or promise race. That's actually a good idea, Memphis. I really appreciate you bringing that up. Let's do that. Let's do some promises in here. M says, checked out Cassidoo's Twitter, and I'm already cracking up. I'll have to go check them out also. So yeah, we can actually learn a little bit about promises from this. So let's say, let's do this. Let's do promise.race. And what race allows us to do, it allows us to input a bunch of promises and then check to see which one gets back first. We're going to copy this, and we're going to paste it, and instead we're going to offset to 151, and then we're going to go up to like 280. We're going to say 151 to 280, though I don't even think it's even that much for generation 2. I'm going to say like 230. And we're going to see what happens. We're going to see which one gets back first. Indie Blow says, nope, quit, and have actually been working for a web development and marketing agency. Kind of why I've been so inactive too. Hey, congratulations on working for a web development and marketing agency. Are you doing dev work? Because you'd be one of the first people who went from 100 devs into dev work, and that would be really cool. I'd have to ask some questions from you and also ask, can I get hired? Let's see, I'm missing a parentheses after an argument. Aha, right here. Perhaps with promise all, we have to have it. Let's go ahead and look up promise race really quick. It might take an array. Promise race actually gives back multiples. So we should actually do promise, promise any. Let's go ahead and look at some of these promise functions. We're going to say promise any JavaScript MDN. It takes an iterable. So I have to put them in an array. That was my problem. So it needs an array to iterate over. So I'm going to give it this. Let's see what happens. All right. So you can see here, we've got the results, and it says we have 151. Let's refresh and see what happens. 151, 151, 151. It seems to consistently get 151 back first. Let's go ahead and race. I want to see what race does. Seems like we're still getting the same 151 every time. It should be coming back differently sometimes. Here we go. So you can see we have 230 results here. Interesting. I had to hit it a few times to trigger that. Offset 381. How did I do that? I said 151 there. Save. So let's see what they got. So let's see. Chocho also recently got a dev job. That is awesome. Indy Blow says, thanks, y'all. And yes, been doing their websites through Builder. Super easy. And helping and learning from our marketing guy. We actually might need some JS consultation for an app we've been working on. I actually had you at the front of mind. Thank you so much. That would be awesome, Indy Blow. I would be more than grateful if you put in a good word for me about JavaScript, because I love JavaScript. And I'd be happy to put in whatever work was necessary to understand it. And then I can share it with all of you too. That'd be so cool. Yes, I'm so happy that you've joined this group of people as well, Indy Blow. I'm so glad that you love this community. Oh, Wolfie! Wolfgang, Wolf! With the wonderful subscribe to tier 1. What the fuck? As you can see from my animation. What the fuck? Indifferent Ghosts tagged me and said, when and if you get that job, let me know if you need help. Yeah, thank you so much for Indifferent Ghosts. I know I can come to you for help. I really appreciate it. And Wolf says, sorry I'm late. No problem. No problem. You're always welcome here at any time. Thank you so much for subscribing. You, of course, don't need to do that. I really appreciate it. I'm going to use it to buy a rotisserie chicken or marijuana. Either of those things. I really appreciate it. So now we can say, hey, we know we're going to get any of this information back. With either of these requests, we know we're going to get some information back. We don't know which one necessarily. We don't know necessarily which one. Sometimes we get 230. Sometimes we get 151. Who knows sometimes? A lot of times it's 151, but this time we got our 230 back. Wolf says, sorry I'm late. Oh yeah, you don't have to worry about that, man. And I got a heart also. Thank you so much. Wonderfield says, after that, you're just missing the pie. Thanks, Cindy Blow. Aw, I'm glad you thought that was funny. Indifferent Ghost says, Memphis, fetch returns a promise. It is a promise. Async await are keywords for dealing with promises. Throwing async on a function automatically makes it a promise. And we can go over that a little bit here shortly. So let's talk about how to dig into these results. Let's dig into these results. What do we got here? Sam says async is magic. Async is magic, and it's beautiful. And we'll make async work for this project. But we've seen what we can do with promise any. It'll send any success through. Race allows us to send the first success that comes through. But we just want to work with the original 151 right now. So let's go ahead and remove this promise race from around our fetch. And let's go ahead and work with this. So people have been having problems manipulating this data. You can see here we've got an array. Yeah, async is keyword sorcery. It's really cool. So we get an array back. And in this array, we have 151 values. And it seems like each of those values are objects. Now, a good way to sort through these values is to continuously log them as we progress through the data structure. So you can see here we console log data, right? I'm going to go ahead and give it curly brackets so we can extend and do some more logging. And we can see, let's console log data dot, and because we know data is an object because it is surrounded by curly brackets here in our console log. We know it's an object, and that object has the properties count, it has the property next, and it has previous, null. And we also have this results array. It tells us it's an array with 151 values. So what we can do with that array is log it. We know that it is the results value, the results property on the response object. So let's go ahead and do that. Results. So now what we're doing is we're removing the results and logging them separately. And we can actually log these in the same console log, just with a comma. Data. Let's go ahead and save, hop back in. And we can see this is the original object. And this is our array. So we can see, and I'm going to go ahead and go back and remove the first data. Because we're logging as we move through this object, we can make sure we're getting our calls right. So, got 151 or more to see, but it's just 151. And we can reference those objects. So, let's reference the first value in the results array. Let's log what that is. And that is Leon's favorite Pokemon, Bulbasaur. And so we see that we have two values on here. We have Bulbasaur, which is the name, property, and then we have a link. This is a link to even more advanced information for this Pokemon. And that's stored in URL. So let's go ahead and let's log name first. So we've got name. And now we're console logging Bulbasaur. Awesome. So we've managed to console log a property from a deeply nested object. And let's go ahead and let's log that object right next to it. So we've got the original response object, and you can see we've got Bulbasaur logged here. And what we had to do to transverse this whole thing to get Bulbasaur was go into the main object, go into the results array, select the first value in the results array, and then get the name property on that object. Let me see what people are saying in the chat. I haven't been paying attention to the chat very well. We got Sam says, it's like if you could add just be cool to the end of any function to prevent errors if you use async await. And then a different ghost says, funny story. There used to be this concept in Node, technically it's still there, called domains. And it quickly got deprecated because it basically got used for is any errors that happen in this scope, ignore them. Interesting. Yeah, I can see how that would have to be deprecated very quickly. And different ghost says domains literally went as far as to like ignore syntax errors. Oh my god. Sam says, I ran into that with a weird Next.js build the other day. I tried using the ignore flag, but it wouldn't let me. So let's see. All right, so we got a lot of good stuff. So we have now transversed this return to get a value out of it, and that value is Bulbasaur. Is everybody following so far? I'm going to take a quick short break to make sure everyone understands how we got from the top of this. How we got from the original data object. Actually, I should probably put them in separate ones just so they display on separate lines totally. Console.log data. Use prettier to. All right, so I just want to make sure everyone understands how we got that data by moving through our objects. I'm going to mute myself real quick, turn up the volume so I can keep eating this English muffin. God, I love English muffins. Yeah, Sam, that's what I'm just going to call them from now on. I'm just going to call them muffin jams. I think people will appreciate that. It's a good call. All right. So I had a little bit more English muffin. I'll save the rest for closer to the end of the stream so I can make us all wait again. So it seems like everyone understands how we got to this point. Now, we can see here on the object that contains the name Bulbasaur that we've been retrieving, we've also got a URL. Now, this would allow us to chain API calls to get more information out. Now, what we could do is just do another fetch inside this fetch. Let's go ahead and do that real quick. We're going to do this the not pretty way first. We're going to say fetch. And instead of name, we're going to do URL. Because that URL property exists on the same object, we know we can use the same path to get there. Let's go ahead and fetch that instead. And let's go ahead and we're going to have to do the same process where we do then and we do res. result.json. And then we do then we do data. Ah, this is tedious, right? Isn't this tedious to do all of this over again? I wish there was a better way. I wish there was a better way. We're going to go over the better way. It also doesn't look pretty when we start getting this callback pyramid. It also doesn't look very pretty. But it does work. That's the important thing, is it does work. So, what we have here, console logged, is Bulbasaur's stats. Very interesting. So we can take a look at Bulbasaur's return array. So now this has a bunch of information. If anyone could tell me, did Leon have a specific goal for something you had to do with this API? Or was he just like, do whatever? Because I'd love for some suggestions on how people want to use this API. I could return some extra stuff about Bulbasaur if we want. I mean, I don't know. All right, so my Streamlabs is having some issues. Hopefully we don't have any problems moving forward. It just kind of froze up on me. So that's what you all saw, was me getting frozen. Hopefully we don't have any issues like that in the future. It's continuing. Great. Great. When I'm interacting with Streamlabs, I'm getting frozen up. So we're going to try to avoid me interacting with Streamlabs anymore. I'm going to turn my music off. Okay. So the music should be going off shortly. Okay, Wonderfield says it freaked out on our end for a bit, seems to be back. Okay, I'm not going to fuck with Streamlabs anymore. I'm not touching it. We're going to cross our fingers that we can get through the rest of the stream. Cross our fingers that we can get through the rest of the stream without me having to restart Streamlabs. Let me know in chat if you have any more issues. We're going to do our best. I can't mute myself anymore when I take bites of my English muffin because I don't want Streamlabs to freeze. Wow, I'm getting frozen up on every click now. Doesn't matter if it's in Streamlabs or not. Damn. All right, so damn. I'm not going to be able to do this if we're getting frozen up on every single click. So Indifferent Ghost dropped a link that said, for those that are interested, we have he created an replit, domains are garbage. Very cool. We'll have to check it out. Okay, we're moving forward. I'm not frozen anymore. All right, I'm not frozen anymore. Yes, it probably is a rogue process memory leak. I assume Wonderfilled. Okay, so we're back to moving. Excellent. All right. So let's go ahead and everyone's saying they just want to grab some data and use it comparatively, maybe. All right, yeah, let's do it. Let's just grab some data and use it comparatively, maybe. Let's do that. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to convert this function to an asynchronous function. Let's go ahead and take care of that. So async. So what we do to create an asynchronous function is we put async on the front of our function. And it allows us to, like Indifferent Ghost said before, it automatically turns that function into a promise. So now, inside this promise, we can then use await in order to treat our code more synchronously. And one of the ways we can do that is by declaring our variables. So instead of using then method chaining, we can instead save the response from fetch as res, which stands for response. And to do that, we just use the await keyword. So now you can see that we have res here where we used res in our callback for then previously. So instead of doing that, instead of using our then with this callback, we can treat this like we would synchronous code. And we can say, okay, we're going to do res.json. Let's save the response to that as data. So you can kind of see the chain of how await works. It works similarly, it works in the same order as our then method chaining, but we do things just a little differently. So now, what we were going to do with data was do another fetch with data.results0.url. Let's do that. Let's do const, and then we're going to do res2 res Pokemon. And instead we can call these more descriptive things because we have res Pokedex. Because that's basically what we're getting, is we're getting the Kanto Pokedex. And then with this data, we can say Pokemon array. And then we can say response Bulbasaur. You okay?
My name's delayed.
So the video is drastically delayed from the chat, I hear. Hopefully it'll catch up at some point. If you refresh, I bet it'll come back. So when we search for Bulbasaur, we can say wait, and we're going to change some of our values here to Pokedex. And then instead of data, we're going to do Pokemon array. And you can see we've got some we're handling this in a similar way. And we've got res Bulbasaur. We'll go ahead and save that. Const, and then Bulbasaur object. And of course, I'm being overly declarative here. Memphis says, is it normal to declare so many variables for each await? Or is it just you making it easy for everyone to understand? It is very normal to declare a lot of variables for await, especially if you have to then use those variables. If you have to then use, because await doesn't, we can't do a lot in this instance without creating a variable to then chain off of for our await. We want to save these variables and then do something. It won't always be like this. But let's see what we can do here. Let's go ahead and console log the Bulbasaur object. We're going to get rid of all these extra things. And we're going to console log Bulbasaur object. And we're going to see what we get back. Oop, I didn't await my JSON over here. Await. Sam says, today I learned you can refresh a stream. I'm always like 5 minutes behind on Leon's stream. Oh man, I'm really sorry. C-Film says, hello, hola, bonjour. I am doing great. How are you doing? I am doing great, C-Films. How are you doing? I have a feeling... Oh, C-Films. Thank you for coming by. We're just working with some promises and API calls right now. So we're going to hop over here, and we see we have promise pending. Oh, I didn't save. That's why. All right. So you can see we got that Bulbasaur array again. You can see we got name Bulbasaur, and it gives us all of our wonderful stuff. And you can see that this syntax was a lot easier and cleaner than chaining then methods. We've got nice, clean, async await code. I'll go ahead and blow it up a little bit for people. We have nice, clean, async await code to get to that Bulbasaur object. Now, if we were trying to work with this information and chain multiple requests, like let's say we wanted to... C-Film says, so you're calling the Animal Protection Incorporated API? I wish. No, we're just calling Pokemon API. Woo! We're getting information about Pokemon today. All right. So we're logging Bulbasaur object. You know what's really cool though? I gotta protect them all. You know what we can do though? Is Memphis was saying, is it normal to declare so many variables for each await? You know what we can do now, because we've stored this information, is we can reuse it. So we have our Pokemon array still available to us. And we can say const, we can say result for Charmander, and we can say await, and we can do another fetch request. We could say fetch, and we could say Pokemon array dot results. And I'm going to take a guess here on Charmander. I can't remember if he's the one after or later. So we're going to see 3. I can't remember. We're going to check it out though. And then we're going to do, I'm sure someone knows. Don't tell me. I want to see what happens. And then we can do Charmander objects. And of course I'm being overly declarative with my names. res Charmander dot JSON, and then we can log them together. Charmander object and Bulbasaur object, which means we've called this API 3 times now. First to get the array of Pokemon, then to get Bulbasaur, and then to get Charmander. And we've been able to use all of that information that we got in our first request without storing it in any global array, without doing any of that. We're able to carry those values through the course of this function. And that is the joy of async await. Let's go ahead and save. Check it out. Is it Charmander? Oh, it is. It is Charmander. Excellent. So now we've got both of our Pokemon. And we can go ahead and do some interesting things with these values now. Because look, we've got all of these values, all of these cool things that we have access to. We have access to their abilities for the later Pokemon games. We have access to their forms, which is just Charizard, which is just Charmander right now. We have access to their species, sprites. Memphis says, I see the sorcery involved here with await. Yes, it is great. It is great being able to carry those values through the course of your function instead of using chained promises that make it difficult to carry those values through the course of your function. Await allows us to maintain that scope even when we're making asynchronous calls. Because our code behaves more synchronously. So let's go ahead and do some fun things. Let's go ahead and pull up sprites. Other. What is other? Dreamworld official artwork. Official artwork front default. I think maybe that's the one I want. So it's inside sprites object, inside the other object, inside the official artwork object. Jeez, that's a lot. All right. So now what I would do is I would create a separate function. And I would say, hey, this function is make Pokemon card. And this Pokemon card will be, Sam says to make them fight. We're gonna see. I'm gonna make some fun Pokemon stuff here. We're gonna bring in some information. We're gonna bring in Pokemon object, and this is how we're going to do cool stuff on making them interact. And this might be a little bit of trial and error, but we're gonna have some fun with it. So let's see. We've got make Pokemon card, and we're going to use the Pokemon object that gets fed in, because we know we have a Bulbasaur object and a Charmander object. So let's utilize the values there. So we've got one thing here, which is I want this front default official artwork portion right there. And so I'm going to have to go into sprites, other. Is it that delayed?
Yeah.
Super delayed? Damn. So we've got sprites, other, official artwork, front default. So we're going to say Pokemon object dot sprites dot other slash additional. Oh no, it's official artwork. Artwork dot front underscore default. Front underscore default. And just to make sure I got that right, I'm going to console log it real quick. And we're going to go ahead and do, actually I can just return it, can't I? I can return it because I'm console logging up higher. So let's see, return. And this obviously isn't our Pokemon card. I am just trying to make sure I've got everything linked up correctly. So let's make sure I have everything linked up correctly. Uncaught in promise. Artwork is not defined. Ah. Yeah, prettier. Ah, that's why. So we can't have those strange symbols in our API call. We have to use bracket notation for those. Front default might have worked, but it's better to go ahead and do this anyway. We're going to use bracket notation to make sure we get those values. Ah, here we go. So yes, boom, right there is our link that we were looking for. So we know that our make Pokemon card function is running effectively. I am getting the values out of my API. The reason official artwork didn't work is because it had this hyphen symbol in it. What we had to do is use bracket notation instead of dot notation that we usually use for objects. Sam says, why the need for brackets here? He's on the delay. And I just saw that when I said that. It just popped up in my chat. So maybe you all can tell me how long that delay is. Probably a while. So we can see here that official artwork is separated by a hyphen. And when we try to use that hyphen with dot notation, JavaScript gets confused. It gets confused about what we want from that hyphen. It thinks we want to subtract something. So we have to include it in quotes to reference that property. And I've done the same with front default just in case, even though I don't think front default needs it because it's an underscore. Sam says, oh, I see. Good. I'm glad. Sam says hello from like 2 minutes ago. Great. I'm glad. All right. Good stuff. So glad it's so far behind. So we're going to go ahead and call this on both of them now. Make Pokemon card. And now we're going to start collecting data from these Pokemon cards. And I've got a link to the sprite for each of them. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to return, I'm going to go ahead and put this in backticks, and we're going to create an interpolation. And so now we've created a string that has these values in it. Perfect. And now we can put this inside something like a div. Div. We should actually probably use an image because this is a link to an image. So let's say div. So we drop this in the div and then we create an image tag. Image src equals I think we want to do this though, single quotes. Oh geez. Oh geez. It's so angry at me. It's so angry at me.
You put your oh, never mind.
Ah, it is. It's inside instead of outside. Perfect. All right. So now we can return a div like that. But we don't even need to return it back to that console log. We can insert it into the DOM. I can say document dot query selector, and we're going to say the body. And I'm going to add it in with inner HTML. And I'm going to add it before the end of the body. So I'm going to tack it on at the end of the body. And I'm going to go ahead and say card. And over the course of this, we're going to craft a card with HTML. I'm going to go ahead and pop this up here. Oh. Sam says APIs are surprisingly fun to work with despite or maybe because of constant frustration. It's a roller coaster. Yeah, it is a real roller coaster. So now I'm going to go ahead and remove this console log because it's just going to log undefined. So I'm just going to have my two calls right there. I'm just going to have my two function calls. And we're going to see what happens. We're going to see if we can post some images. Document.query selector body. Inner HTML. Whoops. Sorry. It's insert adjacent HTML. I don't know why I did inner HTML there. All right. Wow, look at that. So we got our original artwork to pop up. And these are some pretty good quality images right here. So we got our original artwork images to pop up with just that function call. And we inserted them into the DOM. Now, we could do more with this. We could say, we'd have to apply some CSS. I think I'm going to be super lazy, and I think I'm going to do it right in here without creating another file. Let's see. Let's say style. Hey, everybody, I'm doing that thing you shouldn't do. Remember when everyone was like, don't do that? Guess what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to say, HTML police are on their way. No, I'm not a fan of the police. Never mind. Let's just create a link then. I'm going to copy this real quick. Copy. We're going to give our project a little HTML. So we href. We're going to say we're going to call it style.css. And then I'm just going to go ahead and touch style.css. And then we got our style sheet here. And let's go ahead and add some stuff. So box sizing, border box, obviously and always. Sam says, not to derail, but check this out. If you build this with React, you'd have a single component that would be dynamically rendered as many times as needed with data for each item mapped on. Awesome. Yes, that is basically what I'm doing right now with vanilla JavaScript. Sam's exactly right. I've heard that this is very easy with React. That's the big draw of React, is having your component library and then being able to dynamically bring in and insert data into those components. So now we're going to say card. Let's go ahead and do this first. We're going to say body. And we're going to say body display flex, and we're going to say flex wrap, and we're going to say justify content. We're going to say center. I'm going to save that. I'm actually going to delete my former buttons. I'm just going to delete all that. Delete the horizontal rule. I'm going to Control A, comment all this out. And so we're just going to have this nice empty body for us to work with. Sam says it's so much easier with React. Can't wait. It'll be a blast. So let's see. So now we got a div here, and we can call it class. We can say class card. So now we know that this card class is going to be our containing element. So we've got .card, and this is the stuff I'm really good at. I'm really good at layout. So card, I'm going to say there's a width, and that width is 20 VH, or 20 VW, and height is 40 VW. And I'm using view width for my height so that it stays the same distribution. Do I want it 2 times? Yeah, that's about the size of a Pokemon card. And then inside, I want it to be flex, inherit, flex, wrap, inherit. All right. And then justify content, inherit. Easy. All right. Then inside we have images will fill 90, width is 90% of their container. And this is just simple layout stuff. Height, and the height is only going to be 45% of the container, and then the rest of the height will allow us to fill it up. And let's see, how do we want to do this? So let's see. Right now we've got a div with an image in it. I say we also need a span with the Pokemon's name. Span. And for this span, we can say, now for this instance, I'm going to have to look up, I think it's just name. Let's see what happens when we do this. We got Bulbasaur and Charmander, and they are not obeying my rules. They are not obeying the rules I set for them. Let me hop back in to my code. I have image source. We do have image source, but they're traveling above.
You didn't save your styles.
Oh, I didn't save my styles. Thank you. There we go. So now we've got a nice little beginning of a Pokemon card, an actual Pokemon card. And we'll go ahead and hop back, and one thing we can do is just go ahead and say, for card, we can say border, and we can say 1 pixel solid black, and we can say border radius 5 pixels. If we want to make it a percentage, we say 5%. Let's go ahead and take a look now. Those are a little too long. I'm going to say 30 VW. Bulbasaur got squished a little bit. Bulbasaur got a little squished. It's pretty funny. Let's take it up to 35 just so Bulbasaur doesn't feel squished. All right, that's a little better. Perfect. So now in our next section, we can go ahead and add a little more information. We can say another span. And on this span, we can go ahead and say we can go ahead and get the information from, oh geez, I don't remember the structure of this object anymore. So this is a good thing we can do, is log these objects again. Let's go ahead and check it out. I don't know why my, oh there it is. It's having such a hard time. I did something wrong over here. Oh, I didn't put anything in there. That's why. Okay, so I guess I'll delete this for now. Save, switch back. Let's see what we got. Where's type? Ah, types. So we've got types, which is an array, and then type, and then name. Jeez. All right. So we've got Pokemon object dot types dot position 0 dot type dot name. I think. We can save that. We can say type all right, so now we've got the beginning of a personalized Pokemon card. We've got it really going now. And of course, this is just a rough draft of one. And then let's create a paragraph element. And let's see what cool stuff we can include on this paragraph element. Is there any kind of description? Any kind of, we got moves. Aha. We got a move name, version group details. That's a lot of information about moves. I don't think we're going to be using moves. We'll probably just use a description of some sort. Stats? No, stats are like they're those aren't descriptions, they're just numbers. Abilities, game indices. They don't have Pokédex data in here. Let's click on stats anyway. Like you said, stat. Nope. So we don't have any, it doesn't seem like we have any kind of, is that what this is? I'm just going to follow this real quick. I have an extension for Chrome that lets me look at JSON data in the browser. So we're going to see what this gets back. I think it's just Bulbasaur's data again.
Oh, hey there.
Evolution chain. Flavor text entries. Oh my god. So we have to make another API call to the species. Oh my god. Okay, so we're gonna have, hey y'all, we're gonna have to make another, we're gonna have to make another API call. So let's see. go ahead and make another API call. And we're going to say, first we have to make our function asynchronous. Async. And then we have to say const, we have to say species. Well, you can just call this one response because we're only doing one API call. So await, fetch, and then we're going to paste that for the Pokemon species. And it's not going to be species 1 this time. And it's not actually going to be this at all. It's going to be this call for species. So it exists at species.url. So we're going to say Pokemon object.species.url. Now I see why there are how many calls did it say this API gets? Like 60 million calls a month? So you gotta call it like 8 times to get all the information. Wolfie says they're still beautiful. Thank you, Wolfie. Yeah, Sam says how funny it is to see this and realize why React makes this stuff simpler. And then Sam said types. We already got some types in there. So we're grabbing this Pokemon species data. And then we got const, and then we got data equals await res.json. So now we have access to that species data. It was that fast. It was that fast for us to have access to that species data. I'm going to go ahead and come back here and look at my format. And inside the object I get back, we have flavor text entries. That might be a good one. Form descriptions? No. Flavor text entries is looking good so far. Habitat, names, no. Yeah, so it looks like we're going to do flavor text entries, and we'll just choose the first entry, and then it's flavor text. All right. So we're going to say /p. We're going to say data dot, oh shit, I already forgot. Data dot flavor text entries with underscores between them. And then the first value in there. So data, I think we should be able to, let's see, flavor text entries. And then the first entry. And then flavor text, I think. Stop back one more time. Yes. Okay, let's see how this works. All right, so it looks like we have some extra information. So far, this is our custom Pokemon card. Let's go ahead and reduce the size, and then we won't put a limit. We can give a little bit of longer distance to their image. We can say their image can be 55%. We can take this down to 30. And that looks a little better. So these are custom Pokemon information cards, and you can include whatever you'd like on this. You can style them in any way you'd like. There are a lot of options here. I hope that was informative to everyone, that we can do this kind of thing. We've created a long chain of API calls from getting the Pokemon to creating the Pokemon card, where we call an additional API. We make an additional API call. We dynamically insert HTML. And Different Ghost is back. Did you want to see our whole code in Different Ghost? So this is what we've got so far. We are creating custom Pokemon cards that contain a picture and a description of the Pokemon along with their type. Very nice. Very cool. And this is the result when we switch back. Boom! Look at that. All of that information pulled from APIs. None of that information is hard-coded. Thank you very much, Indifferent. Yes, it is. It's nice and sleek. It's a lot better than chaining a bunch of promises and having to deal with tackling and those promises and trying to get the data to transfer between them, saving into global variables and then referencing those global variables again. Instead, we have no global variables. This is a totally self-contained program. We have no global variables. We have our async function definitions, but we don't have to reference a single global variable. Our DOM is clean. Our DOM is clean. Yes, Rossi. The code is up again. I will leave it there for a minute. We're going to take a quick break. If anyone has questions, let's do it. Ask your questions. Let's understand what's going on here. Let's try to understand what's going on here. I'm going to move this over just a little bit to the point where, well, it collapsed a little bit, but not excessively. And then I'll pull this one over. Thankfully, we've got a wrap on it. Ah, yes. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. Of course, I'm going to have to set some more values for those. So we're not going to do that right now. We'll have to set some minimum values and stuff. This is why I hate CSS, everybody. You can go ahead and see our code right there. Collapse a little bit and remove that bottom function. Let me expand it out. All right. That's fine. Wolfie has a delicious question. Ask your delicious question, Wolfie, while I eat the last of this delicious English muffin. You're right, Rossi. Sorry I was blocking it with my image. Sometimes I forget my image is there. It's a real pain. So Rossi says, do you have anything in the HTML that this is referencing? I'm getting an error on line 23. The only thing I'm referencing is my body element, and my body element is referenced on line 26. Line 23, if you're getting an error, it will likely be within this. and I'm not sure, double check what you typed, double check your syntax, make sure you're getting Pokemon object.types 0 type.name. Make sure when you do this await right here uh, that you're using Pokemon obj.species.url, and make sure you're awaiting these. Await your res.json because you need. Oh, hold on a second. It does say Pokemon. Oh no, it's Pokemon object. Yeah, you shouldn't have any issues there. Types 0 type.name. Shouldn't have any issues. Wolfie asks, so I'm chaining a few fetches so I can get the evolution chain of the Pokemans, but the images don't always load in order. Wolfie says not using async functions, but I probably should if that is happening. I can share the code if that's helpful. Rossi, really quick, on line 22, what is encompassing this entire thing are just regular single quotes. These are regular single quotes, not backticks. They're just regular single quotes, so that my source will be encapsulated in quotes for sure. Memphis says, I've never used insert adjacent HTML before. Yeah, insert adjacent HTML is super cool. And he says, also, you haven't used the append method even once, which is something new. Yeah. I like insert adjacent HTML a lot. It's a lot of fun. You can also use insert adjacent element. There's another one too, I think. Yes, thank you for sharing the code. Let me go ahead and click on Wolfie's app here and see what's happening. Because we can go ahead and step through this and check real quick. Let's go ahead and see what's happening. Charmander. They came up in order that time. That's good. Bulbasaur. Magikarp. Ah, yep, I see. I see we have one out of order now. We have Charmeleon, and then Charmander, and then Charizard. Yes, of course, not judging, Wolfgang. I do not judge for sure. And this is actually really nice. This is really functional. But of course, you're right that we have that one issue on order, and we'll go ahead and take a look at how to fix that. I'll grab some of your code and we'll look it up. It is very good, Wolfie. Absolutely, great job. A great way to do like multiple API calls and show what happens. I just want to deal with Rossi's getting an unexpected end of input on line 28. Unexpected end of input. Make sure you've got your curly brace, Rossi. I assume that might be the effect. There is that one, or you might be missing a backtick here. I'm not sure. It's tough to say. It's tough to say why you're getting that error. Just double check and make sure all your syntax is good. Unexpected end of input tells me that that you're missing some kind of either quote or semicolon or curly brace. So let's go ahead and look at Wolfie's. We're going to pull up the inspector. All right, so let's pull up the inspector and let's go to sources. And let's check on these sources, not application, not sources. JavaScript. And inside JavaScript, we have main.js, and this is what we're getting to see on our side. So we've got this fetch, and yes, you can see that Wolfie is suffering from the Pyramid of Doom, callback hell. That makes it very difficult to parse out where our problems are because we keep having to dip into and out of our callbacks. Wolfie says vomit incoming. No, this code is definitely not vomitable. There's some code where the pyramid leads all the way out to this part of the screen, where it leads where the callback, like, the next function expression starts like right here. The next expression starts. So you're not that bad, trust me. There's been deeper callback hell. There's been deeper callback hell for sure. And thank you for coming by, Kowalski. I saw your message saying nice app. I forgot to greet you. Thank you so much for stopping by real quick before class. So we can go ahead and refactor this with async await. Let me go ahead and pull some of this code out. We can explain how we can use async await instead of fetches. We got an async function right here. You're just trying your best. Wolfie always with his funny variable names. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and pull this up here. We're gonna copy all of this. And I'm gonna show you how we can change it to async await. Rossi says, need to confirm the fetch on line 3, please. Sure, Rossi, let's go ahead and confirm the fetch on line 3. So you can see here, I'll just go ahead and copy this real quick. Let's go ahead and copy this. So I'll just copy this whole await fetch. Here you go, Rossi. Fetch on line 3. Pasting it in chat. There you go. You can just grab it from there. Now, we're just going to go ahead and delete this. That's fine. It's not that important. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Go back. Copy. All right, we're going to go ahead and paste it in here. And we're going to go ahead and do a refactor, Wolfie. We're going to go ahead and do a refactor. So the first thing we have to do is we have to do async at the front. So async, and now we've got we got a lot of stuff in here. Got a URL, we have a div. So I see you're creating an element div and then you're adding to that div element. Rossi, I think you have make Pokemon card unless you didn't capitalize that Pokemon card call. You have your Pokemon, your P in Pokemon is lowercase. If you were copying me exactly, that P should be uppercase. So I think that may be where you're facing that error. All right, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to start by awaiting this fetch. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and do const, and we're going to say res1 equals await fetch URL. Then we're going to do const Pokemon equals, I'll just call Pokemon object equals res.json. So now we've already got all the information back. Wolfie says, please do not feel like you need to climb my pyramid of death. No, Wolfie, this code isn't going to work. Just because I don't have your whole front end on my front end. But I am going to do this refactor in action so that you can see how it's done. This is a great, Sam says, this is super helpful to see a refactoring like this in action. And good catch, Dab. Yeah, thanks, Rossi. All right, so let's go ahead and let's continue this along. So we've already got all this data. Our data is already on the pile now. So let's console log it when it comes through. That's fine. And now we're going to do a new fetch. And we're going to say const poka. We're going to call it Pokedex because that's really what it is. And we're going to await it. And it's going to use, instead of data, we're going to call it Pokemon objects because that's what we've saved our value as. And you can see it went ahead and lit up. And we can see my res wasn't lit up because I just used res without the res 1. And now we've got our Pokedex. And now we can go ahead and parse that out. Const res 2. And now we've got Pokedex equals wait res2.json. And I don't know, you can always make those better names instead of res1 and res2. You can always do that differently. This is just for speed. We're flying on this one. We're flying. And if you're here and you're liking my stream, go ahead and just give me a heyo if you're here and liking my stream. The more people I get chatting at once, if everyone just posts something, it would be great. The more people I get chatting at once, like that's a metric they look at for Twitch. So if you just want to say hey, I'd really appreciate it. It seems like we got more viewers in here than we normally do. So if you just want to say hey, that'll really help my metrics. So then I see we've got data.name. So we're going to say const, and we're going to say name. We'll call it the name also. The name equals data.name. So it's going to be Pokedex.name. And then we can go ahead and leave it as... Are we redefining those later? Let's see. Pokename.innerText. Pokename.innerText. All right, we're not redefining it, so we can use const here. Oh, hey, thanks for lighting up chat. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, Jeff. Hey, Jeff's back. Hey, Jeff. Long time no talk. We still need to get in some of that pair programming. Cooking dinner and watching, thank you so much. I'm so glad. Thank you for taking the time away from, cooking dinner. I hope you don't burn anything watching me fuck around with APIs. But thank you so much for supporting me. I really appreciate it, man. Jeff's a dev that I look up to. Taught me a lot of fun things. So let's see. So now we can go ahead and keep pulling this stuff up. And now you can see we're tackling the callback hell. Everything is starting to be at the same nesting level. Everything has started to be at the same nesting level. So, new div.append, we can put that at the same nesting level. And now we've got another fetch. Data.evolutionchain.url. So evolution chain is probably coming from Pokedex. So we're going to say Pokedex. And we're going to go ahead and do const. We're going to say res3. This is just so we can count the number of fetches we're doing. I'll know by the end of it how many chained fetches we've had to do in order to get all this information. And then we have const, and it's evolution chain equals await res3.json. let's see what we got here. We got Memphis says, got to go and do some stuff before class. Thanks for the wonderful stream, James. Going to come back and watch the rest after class. Thanks, Memphis. Really appreciate it. You have a good one. I'll see you in class, all right? Got some classroom link today. Not sure what it is. Yeah, interesting. Well, I'll have to check that out. So now we've got an evolution chain. We don't need to console log that data anymore. And now we got some great conditionals. So let's go ahead and pull this portion back. Now that we can pull these nests back, let me go ahead and I'm just going to remove the error handling for now. We can always introduce try catch blocks later, but not necessary right now. All right, good. All right. So we're going to go ahead and pull these blocks over. Shift tab, Shift tab, Shift tab, Shift tab, Shift tab. All right. All right, so now it's in line with the rest of our code. And now we've got data here, but this data at this level is all the same. Every reference to data at this level is just a reference to evolution chain. Is that it? Nope. I mean, it is it. Whoops. I did too many. I went too far. All right. All right. So now we're just going to call this evolution chain. Wolfie, your variables. You're killing me here. Oh man. So Libby image never gets used. So we're probably gonna delete that. And then I don't see any other asynchronous code in here. Wolfie says, I am sorry. I am so sorry. I do not think you are so sorry. That was a test. Oh my god. So, this would be our function after everything else. After we flatten our function out and make it async, it's a lot more readable now. You can tell that it's a lot. They were all tests. It's a lot more readable now. So what I would do is then cut this. And then I'm going to go ahead and paste this in here. We're going to save as. And I'm not really going to save it. I'm just solidifying its status because unfortunately, I turned off save in the browser because it was causing me so many issues. And let's see if it works still. We've now changed it. Let's see if it works. Oh, nope, I got an error. Data is not defined at HTML button.getFetch. All right. So, of course, my integration was off a little bit. What line did it say? 25. 25. Console. Yes. I deleted you. I could have sworn I deleted this. Alright. We're going to save as again. Let's see. All right. So it seems I'm not getting much interaction out of this. Probably because of this data right here. I don't know how I missed that one as well. Evolution, chain. I could have sworn I got them all. Obviously I did not. Of course, this would be different if I had source code. Oh, we're still getting data issues. Let's see where it is. Ah, it's still saying that one that I removed a while ago. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. So, Wolfie, do you have a repo you could drop so I could plug this code into? I just want to make sure it's working. Or I can go ahead and just send this code to you. Oh, I don't even have an end curly bracket there. How did that happen? Maybe that's why we were having some issues. Nope. All right, I'm just going to go ahead and drop this code over to you, and you can play with it. Yeah, I'm going to drop this to you on Discord. Oh, Wolfie says Wolfie was actually coding along. Yeah, play around with it. Play around with it. Let me know where I tripped up in this. Somewhere there's an error in this that was tripping this up. Data is not defined. Data isn't even there anymore. Doesn't matter. If you're coding along, yeah, let me know what the final product looks like. I'd love to look at. I'd love to look at the final product when it's done. Hey, baby, can you see if Reptar Bro is on?
I'm making the bingo.
Oh, can you just check real quick? Because my computer will die if I try to check it. I guess I could check on my phone real quick. Hopefully, everyone enjoyed this stream. I may call it early before class. I thought Reptar Bro might be on. She said she might stream today, but it doesn't look like she is on right now. Yeah, it doesn't look like she's on right now. But so we'll just hang around and wait for Leon's class. Does everyone... Oh yeah, I can send it over. I can send it over, Wolfie. So I'm going to go ahead and send this over to Wolfie. And we don't want data here. Let me do another Control F for data. I'll send this over to you, Wolfie, and we can have kind of a little bit of a relaxing time before Leon's class. I know Rossi wants to do a Code Wars. Maybe we can do a chill Code Wars before we get started. Indifferent Ghost asks, any questions? That's a good question, Indifferent Ghost. It's a good question to ask for questions. I don't know. I don't know if anybody has any questions. I'll probably send it. I'll send this code over to you, Wolfie, after stream starts because I don't want my computer to crash. So, Rossi. Oh, hey, Manny. Manny says, hey, just dropping by while waiting for class. Thank you so much for stopping by, Manny. I really appreciate it. How you doing, man? Long time no talk. Rossi, if you're still here, do you have that Code Wars you want to drop? We can tackle it. I'd be happy to tackle that Code Wars. Or if you're working on the API now, that's okay. However you guys want to do it. I'm going to turn up the music a little bit. If anyone has any points that they want to redeem for me to get messed up, we're in the final 20 minutes, so I don't care anymore. I'm really chill now. Manny says, doing good. You? Oh, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I honestly, last week I was very burned out. Actually, it was this week. This week at the beginning, I was very burned out. I had problems with my operating system again and Streamlabs. I've been working on a node profile a lot. Making servers, doing a big project. So I've been burned out. Sam says, is the whole internet just APIs now? And a different ghost says, it seems that way, doesn't it? It does seem that way, which is pretty cool. I mean, that seems pretty cool. A different ghost says, the weird thing is when you realize the world is all APIs. Oh my god. Yeah, I think Sam meant is the world all endpoint web APIs. Yeah. Yeah, Sam meant web API endpoints, but yeah, it is true that APIs extend way beyond web endpoint APIs. Like in JavaScript, when we do math random, we're using the math API, and when we use like number dot, well, no, that's a constructor. That's a good instance, though. When we use JSON.parse for synchronous JSON code, that's an API as well, the JSON API. Manny says, quick question, which I'm sure you have answered this for me before. Does a second fetch request go inside the first one? It can, Manny, if you're using fetches and you need to have information from the data from the first fetch inside your second fetch, chaining it interiorly will be a good idea. But you can use async await in order to chain those fetches without worrying about where they go. And different ghosts also provided an answer. Depends on how you're doing it. If you're doing async await, it can be one after the other. That's right. M said, I took yesterday off. I didn't do any code until 8 o'clock p.m. and did some code wars. Sometimes you need that. I honestly, in my burnout, I was coding the whole time. I was coding while burned out. It wasn't great. It wasn't great for my disposition. Sharon can tell you how, like, I was a grumposaurus yesterday and the day before. But we trade off being grumpy, so so it's good. It's a good system.
Shut up. I'm just kidding. I don't think either of us are grumpy, so hooray!
I'm not grumpy and neither are you. Ah! Yeah, it's really tough. So Manny says, I'm not using async await, so that would explain my broken issues. Yeah, async await is magic. Manny, I would suggest when you have a chance, we were just covering async await during this stream. We were just covering async await. This is a really good example of moving from... Oh, I actually did a lot of stuff right before you came in where we modified fetch to make it async await. We also did some chaining of fetches first. So I would say check out the just earlier part of this stream for a video walkthrough. But like Indifferent Ghost said, it'd be chaining the thens inside. Or you can return a fetch like this. Let's go ahead and I want to show you that you can also do this. So let's go back a little bit. Or I can just show you the basic premise. You could do this. Fetch URL, And then we'd have to do then res.json, and then after that we have then data, and then let's say you have you want to do another fetch, and your fetch set is URL plus data. Then you do dot then res res dot JSON, and then data console.log data. So this is just a normal format that you would see in like in a fetch chain. This is the normal thing you would see in a fetch chain. You can also do this. So let me go ahead and delete this portion. You can do a return and then chain your thens on there if you want. And this will keep it more flat. This will keep it more flat as you go if you insist on using then chains. You won't have access to the other data up here, but it does keep it more flat. And Different Ghost says, oh, and Different Ghost went ahead and posted yes. Yeah, that's exactly right. Like Indifferent Ghost has here. This is also totally acceptable, where you just pull it up to be flat data. So that's what Indifferent Ghost said right there. Sam says, time to smell some homegrown GMO crossed with straw nana flowers before Leon's class. Very nice, Sam. Enjoy your GMO crossed with straw nana. That sounds like a lot of fun. Yes, you know what? I'm going to enjoy also. I know no one cashed it in because they don't love me. You know, I got that one from a different ghost earlier, but everyone's just going to let me go to Leon's class totally sober. That's okay. Manny says, return the data from the first fetch so you can access it in the second one. So we normally return the data from our first fetch where it gets parsed right here. So we turned a response. Oh, I have JSON there. So we converted it from JSON. Indifferent says, I don't have the points. That's okay, Indifferent. You did your job. You did your job and made it happen already. There's plenty of other people out there with points. It's fine now. They're holding on to it. They're holding on to it to try to embarrass me with the devs. Which I'm cool with. That's why they're there. But you can see we parsed out that information with our JSON conversion here. We converted it from JSON to regular data. And then here, we know that data is the return. We could console log this and we would see the data. That was returned from our original fetch. Now, if we are using that data in our second fetch, we can just return it like this, and it keeps the chain going. It's like if we put another fetch.then right there, but we're getting to use the data that came from our previous then in our second fetch, if that makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, it's time to learn async await, which lets you write asynchronous code like synchronous code in a much more reasonable way. And I would suggest checking out this stream again. This stream had a lot of really good information. Sam says, I'm saving up for 3 dabs in a row just to see what happens. Are you trying to kill me? You know, Sam, I don't want to upset you. I also want my dabs. But I don't want you to be upset when you learn that there's a 20-minute timer between dabs, and also only 2 are allowed per stream. Sam said, dude will still be running circles around all of us in JavaScript. I don't know if that's true. if you check out, man, I don't know if it was. I think it was the very last stream before this one. Um, Ryan and Izzy had me dab like right in a row. And yes, I put it also only one per person. One per person, two per stream, 20 minutes between them. Yes, Em. Yeah, I did it. I did it with one per person also, yeah. I put a lot of yeah, I planned ahead. I planned ahead after I got embarrassed. I got embarrassed because we were doing a rock, paper, scissors. And we were doing a rock, paper, scissors creator. And it took me like an hour and a half to make it. It looked good. It was good and it was sleek, but like explaining it was very difficult. I probably could have coded it in like 3 or 4 minutes, but like explaining it, I kept getting all sidetracked and stuff. Yeah, if you want to go check it out, it's saved in my streams. Got super embarrassed, and it was like it was very near the beginning too. It was very near the beginning, and I was just like, oh man, the quality of the stream is going to go way down. Yeah, M was there, and Ryan Booth was there, and I had a coffee chat with Ryan on Sunday, and he was like, man, when they got you those dabs, you were right, the quality went way down, but it was way more entertaining. Yeah, I got giggly right away. That's exactly right, M. We'll have some fun with that in the future. Maybe I'll be able to turn those restrictions on and off when I want to. I think I can. I think I can like turn off the restrictions if we want to have a day where I just go totally blasted and then try to do JavaScript. And I love it. Dab on dabs on JavaScript is a whole subgenre. Yeah, maybe I'll have to put aside some time where I just do a bunch of dabs. Then we're like, let's do JavaScript. Somebody asked me to do something in JavaScript, and we'll try to do it. Maybe we'll do some code wars when I'm totally ripped or something. Shara got me this flower mate. It's a flower vape. It's really interesting. It's got a lot of good and bad points, but it's I'm enjoying it. Indifferent Ghost says, new podcast, get blitzed and start and talk programming. Indifferent. Thomas. I have a podcast. I have a podcast called High and Dry Podcast, which you know. Anyone out there who doesn't know, I have a podcast called High and Dry Podcast. There is a link to it in my Twitch information. And I get very high. My best friend gets very drunk, and we talk about philosophy, and then we make fictional characters fight. And I would love to do a programming podcast where I also got high and talked about coding. And Sam and Indifferent, both of you, who maybe we could talk programming sometime. It doesn't have to be all the time or regularly scheduled, but I would be very interested in something like that. I know we're all very busy, but I think that sounds like a great idea. And thank you. A Different Ghost says, nice segue. That's called being a professional. I'm just kidding. It's all that podcasting experience that I have. I'm just so good at segues. Indifferent says they'd be down. Sam, if you're interested. Sam says Sam's into it. All right, well, we got to put this together. I got to get my computer set up so I can have so I can host this. Cross says we need a catchy name. I agree, baby. We need a catchy name. I like podcasting, but I feel like podcasting has been used. We'll give it. We'll decide what it's called. We'll think about it. I'll think about it. I'll come up with a really catchy name. Ganja script. Oh, man. Manatee says, talking of great segues, did you know the creator of the segue died after riding one off a cliff? Is that true? Is that true that the creator of the segue died after riding one off a cliff?
I've heard that also.
Oh my god. I need to look this up right now.
Talk about dramatic irony.
Segue creator death. So I do want to say, not just segue creator. Name is Jimmy Heselden. A Segway vehicle was found near him. So I think it's important to say that perhaps maybe he didn't write it off. Perhaps he fell off and then someone threw a Segway at him down the cliff. So let's see right here. All right, so now it's going to be a true crime podcast, and it's just about this guy on this Segway falling to his death. Found at the foot of a cliff face, footpath along ridge. Oh my gosh. Yeah, someone could have pushed him and then tossed the Segway like they were mad. Or to blame it on the Segway. That would be a smart way to get rid of that guy if you didn't like him. I think they should start looking at the people closest to him. Indifference says smokograms and program. I bet we could. Yeah, that just with a little bit of tuning, that is a great title. I like that. Sclips Live asks, "Hi, what are we coding in here and what language, please?" Yeah, this is JavaScript. Sorry about that. We were just shooting the shit until our other class starts. Let me go ahead and do a shout out. This is where we're going to be rating next. We're going to be rating Learn with Leon. Quick shout out to Learn with Leon's stream. We're going to be rating over there in just a couple minutes, and he's going to be doing JavaScript. He's going to be doing JavaScript fundamentals. We've been working with APIs recently, so thank you for stopping by, Sclips. SKLips. Wow. That was a hilarious story. I mean, also sad. Sad that a guy died. But also, I mean, I know segues are a joke, but I'm sure they are good for some people. I bet there's a lot of people who are really benefited by a segue, probably for accessibility reasons. People who are okay to stand but not okay to sit. I bet segues are great for them. So I don't want to beat up on Segue Guy too much, but damn, that's some irony. God damn! That's some dramatic irony. Woo! Oh, man. Oh, man. Different Ghost says it was murder. The hoverboard guy did it, but sarcastically. But it might be true also. It might be true. M says he was probably high like us, probably. And also says that, yes, what happened to Tiger Woods is also crazy. Tiger Woods' legs are all fucked up now. Got into that terrible car crash. I would never laugh at someone for a car crash, but I certainly laughed at that guy for the Segway. I feel bad. I feel bad now. Oh boy. We need Jesus up in here, right, everybody? Too bad Jesus wasn't carrying that guy on that Segway. When Jesus carries you, there's only one set of Segway tracks in the sand. All right, everyone. I'm going to turn up the music a little bit. We're all having a great time. We're all chilling. 3 minutes left. We're going to raid Leon. It's going to be great. Just chilling out. Stick around. Get those channel points. Make me dab next time. Make me dab for next class. Stick around. Watch out for I don't know. Grams and programs soon. Smoking programs. A different ghost says, Jesus took the wheel. Unfortunately, a Segway needs both. Damn! That's good podcast material. That's good podcast material right there. Save it for the podcast, Indifferent. Our true crime and coding podcast that's definitely on its way. Cross says something about hash tables. I like that. I like hash. That's good. Token code. Sam says, could Jesus build a Segway so big that even he couldn't ride it? Probably. It's a great question. These are the questions of our age. This is what our constituents need to know. That's why they listen and watch. That's why they consume all of our media. They gotta know. So it's 3:29 now with the huge delay that's on my stream. I am just going to say goodbye now. It's going to be later when we raid, but I'm going to say goodbye now just so everybody knows we're about a minute away from raiding. It was a great time. I had a great time with you all today. I had a lot of fun working on promises. I had a lot of fun working on the API. Thank you all for coming by. Thank you for interacting. This was awesome. This was a great time. I had a really great stream. Sam says hash node, but that already exists. M says Jesus flies. He doesn't need a Segway. He has working legs. He leaves all those footprints in the sand. For sure. Hey, Bull. Yeah, you take care too. Thanks again for stopping by. I didn't see you earlier, Bull. Yeah. Yeah, Sam, this was fun. I'll see you in the next one for 3 hours. Exactly. I'm actually going to get up and take a break while Leon starts up. Wolfie, thank you. You don't have to thank me. Thank you. All right, we're going to get this raid set up. Raid. Learn with Leon. Jimmy Kambaba says, just joined and missed it. We'll see the next one. Yeah, Jimmy, check out my old streams. They're all saved. They're all saved on my Twitch page. We're going to go ahead and get over to Leon's class now. Let's go! Let's go!